Pleasant good morning. Welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's a clash of the North Giants here in the Premiership 2 50 over final. Police Sports Club coming up against the Aliscon Comets Sports Club. Both these teams have been plying their trade in the North Premiership 2. Aliscon Comets walking away quite handsomely with the Premiership 2 league title, now vying for all three titles this season. We are into the final of the 50 over final here. Police Sports Club, a very formidable team, will definitely want to have their say in this final. So the toss.
Welcome to all viewers locally, regionally and all over the world. We're here at the beautiful Brian Lara Stadium in Southside Trinidad and Tobago, and it's all about TTCB Premiership 2, the finals. I'm standing here with the official match referee Afraz Mohammed, as well as the captains of the TTPS Police and the Aliscon Comets Sports Club. We're going to do toss now. All right, well, congratulations on winning the toss. You chose to bowl first. What made you elect to bowl first, sir?
Because the wicket looks like a pretty good one. It's not going to change much, so we'll back ourselves to chase whatever score they make.
All right, awesome. Well, congratulations on your toss and good luck out there, man.
Thanks.
Mr. Imran Khan, hard luck on the toss there, sir. How do you feel about the decision that was made?
I guess it was a 50-50 decision. I think we have been bowling first as well too, but at the end of the day you have to do what you have to do. So I think once we put down a good score in the board, I think we have enough bowling attack to defend that runs.
So you say you feel confident walking into this match as it is?
Yeah. I think we have been playing good cricket throughout the season, so it's just another game. No pressure on the players. Just about it to enjoy it, and hopefully the result go our way.
Awesome. Well, congrats and good luck on the game. All right. Well, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Police won the toss and they chose to bowl first.
Pleasant good morning to all of viewers, listeners, wherever you may be at this time around the globe. It's finals time here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Two North Giants going head-to-head in this 50 over final here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Aliscon Comets have already arrested the league title in the Prem 2 division, and now seeking to go for all three titles, reaching the final here for the 50 over. The news coming out from the middle: the Police Sports Club has won the toss and inserted Aliscon Comets into bat. So Aliscon Comets led by no other than Imran Shaki Khan, and Police is led by Filton Williams. So the opening batters for Aliscon Comets, the legend himself, Lendl Simmons, followed by his nephew, Keegan Simmons, will be given the opportunity to open the batting for this Aliscon Sports Club. During season 2026, Aliscon Comets have shown, a lot of growth and development within their squad, bringing in a couple of new faces into the team with the intention of trying to arrest all three titles that are available. At the moment, they are the league winners and will be promoted into the Premiership 1 competition for season 2026. But it's just about to start here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Police Sports Club coming up against Aliscombe Comets. Opening the bowling from the southern end would be James Duncan, right-arm medium pacer. And he will be bowling to Lendell Simmons. And away, Aliscombe Comets and Lendell Simmons is immediately off the mark, back of a length delivery, just riding the height of that short pitch delivery and immediately setting off for a single. So Aliscombe Comets up and running. Lendell Simmons getting off the mark immediately with a very soft touch out to a cover point. Keegan Simmons have been in and out of cricket for a period of time, so it's great to see the likes of Keegan Simmons coming back into the mix here and getting involved with cricket again. And this one is played fine. It's gonna go into the boundary now, so a very fine touch there from Keegan Simmons. A badly lined delivery by James Duncan going into the ribs of Keegan Simmons. He was able to get inside the line and just tucked it fine away from the keeper, and 4 runs to the total. So the total 5 without loss. Keegan Simmons getting away with a boundary. Keegan Simmons, the nephew of Lendell Simmons, so this one is on leg stump, worked into backward square. Just a single on offer. But that takes the score on to 6. And this one is just about that 4th stump line, outside the line of the off stump. Lendell Simmons just allows it to go by into the middle of the wicket keeper. And another away singer from James Duncan, just touching down just about that 5th stump line, and Lendell Simmons just shouldering arms and allowing it to go through to the wicketkeeper. So the score remains on 6. We are into over number 1. You are watching the Premier 2 50 over final between Police Sports Club and Aliscombe Comets Sports Club, right here in the Southland, the iconic venue located in the heartland of the South, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Lendell Simmons shuffles into line and plays it out to Gully, but there is no run. Riley does the fielding, and at the end of over number 1, Aliscombe Comets being asked to have first strike here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in this North Heavyweight 50 over final, 6 without loss. Fulton Williams, right arm medium fast bowler, does have the ability to swing the ball both ways, and does have a very deceptive short ball as well. So the pitch here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy looks in immaculate condition. Lovely conditions for cricket here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Gentle breeze just blowing across this beautiful stadium here in Taruba. This is going to be Keegan Simmons to take strike from Filton Williams. Bowling with a slip, a gully, third man, backward point cover, extra cover, mid-off. And this one is just going across the left-hander. Keegan Simmons picking up the line very early indeed and just allowing it to go by to the wicketkeeper. So the score remains on 6. So Police Sports Club, I'm sure, without Jabari Mills in their ranks who have proceeded to do some overseas assignment at this time. And this one again from Filton Williams into the body of Keegan Simmons, getting inside the line and just working it very fine indeed down to that vacant fine leg position and getting a single. So it brings his uncle, Lendell Simmons, the legend himself. Lendell Simmons opting to open the batting today in this encounter. Lovely conditions for batting. So I'm sure he's going to try as best as possible to set himself a big one and also set the platform for a very huge target, maybe in excess of 300 today here. Gets onto the back foot, just allows it to come onto him and guide it into that backward point region. There's no run. So the score and allow the appeal there from Filton Williams, but just making a bit of height off the pitch there, and no run resulting. So we are into over number 2 in this North Trinidad and Tobago Premiership 2 50 over final. This one is just back of the length here. Then Simmons rocks onto the back foot and just eases it out to a backward point. There's no addition to the score. 7 without loss. Aliscon Comets losing the toss here today at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy and being inserted to have first strike in this 50 over final. Both teams will know each other very well indeed, having multiple games against each other during this 26 season. And this one is just lobbed up to mid-on, and Lendell Simmons perishes to Filton Williams. That one just made a bit of height off the pitch, trying to turn it onto the leg side, getting a top edge and holding out to mid-on. 7 for 1 in over number 2. And the batsman making his way out into the center, Darius Batusing, the youngster, left-handed from the Central Trinidad. Very exciting young talent indeed is Darius Batusing. So Filton Williams doing the business for his team here, taking that leadership role with the ball and getting rid of Lendell Simmons very early in the piece here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Lendell Simmons is just having a little chat with him as he walks by. my apology, Keegan Simmons. Just having a brief little chat with the young man. Maybe just expressing what to expect. So that ball just taking off from a length, and Lionel Simmons unable to keep it down and perishing. So James Duncan taking that catch to get rid of Lionel Simmons. Keegan Simmons taking strike to James Duncan, nicely into the line. Plays it out neatly to extra cover. There's no addition to the score. It's 7 for 1. And this one is on leg stump. It's worked into a deep backward square. They turn for 1. They're going to come back for 2 quite comfortable indeed. Lionel Simmons just working that one into acreage of space onto the leg side. Ismail Ali down a deep backward square. Could not do anything other than to return the ball into the middle of the keeper. But 2 completed. The score 9 for 1 at this stage. Remember, you are looking at the Premiership 2 50-over final between 2 North Giants in Aliscombe Comets and the Police Sports Club. And again, James Duncan asking them questions there, but Keegan Simmons equal to the task. Just stylishly gets into line, plays a defensive prod, showing the maker's name to James Duncan, and there's no addition to the score. So 9 for 1, Police Sports Club winning the toss here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy and asking Aliscombe Comets to have first strike. And this one is through the slip region. Keegan Simmons attempting that booming drive. It takes the edge and goes between gully and first slip and into the boundary for 4 runs. So 4 valuable runs to the total. Total moves on to 13 for 1. Keegan moves on to 12. Darius Patterson is at the non-strikers end. He's still to face a delivery, having replaced Lionel Simmons, who was scored by James Duncan at mid-on in the previous over. And back of a length from James Duncan, Keegan Simmons just get back in across and allows that delivery to come on to him and neatly tucks it into the cover region. And immediately both batters were off and running. So a single to the total, 14 for 1. It takes Keegan Simmons on to 13. So James Duncan into his second over, none for 13 thus far. Police Sports Club losing Jabari Mills to foreign assignment, applying his trade in the UK at the moment. Good morning to Jabari Mills. A former Police wicketkeeper batter, Matthias Komal, is also in the UK plying his trade, having represented this Police Sports Club last year in their Premiership 2 campaign. So 2 Police players on overseas assignment. 1 present, 1 pass. But it's going to be the skipper to resume from the pavilion end here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Fulton Williams is going to be charging into Keegan Simmons. And this one just pitching just on about that fourth stump line and going further away. So Fulton Williams is angling his ball across the left-handers at decent pace as well. Looks very fit as Fulton Williams running in, charging in. Given the opportunity to lead this team. Fulton Williams. And this one really going across the left-hander there, pitching on about that fourth stump line and going further away. There's definitely some seam movement available at this venue. Fulton Williams, really nice wrist position as well during his release. And a delivery that didn't came out right, but umpire is signaling a dead ball. Keegan Simmons took the opportunity to spank it away down to deep backward square, but both umpires are going to confer here. But that delivery, it slipped out of the grasp of Fulton Williams. It looped up into the air. Keegan Simmons followed it and whacked it down to that deep backward square region. It goes into the boundary, but the umpire, the standing umpire, is showing a signal of dead ball. Just maybe trying to attempt that slower ball was Fulton Williams, getting stuck in the fingers, and it just looped high into the air. And back to normal programming here, just pitching that ball on about that fourth stump line and going further away. So the Police Sports Club making early inroads here in this 50 over final here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Remember, you are looking at the the Premiership 2 50 over final between two North Giants, Alaskan Comets coming up against the Police Sports Club. And this one just a bit tighter in line there. And Keegan Simmons getting to the line and taps it back to the bowler. There's no addition to the score. 14 for 1, and we are into over number 4. Alaskan Comets losing their first wicket. The legendary Lendo Simmons caught at mid-on by James Duncan of the bowling of Fulton Williams. So Police making very early inroads into this Alaskan Comets batting lineup. And what a peach of a delivery there from Fulton Williams, starting on the stumps and just deviating away at the last moment. Keegan Simmons will give him the benefit of the doubt, just pulling in the bat at the last moment, but excellent bowling here from Fulton Williams. It is his stock delivery, the one that pitches and just goes across the left-hander. And if a right-hander were on strike, that ball will be arcing back into the pads. So it's an in-swinger to the right-hander, but an out-swinger to the left-hander. And again, into the mitt of the wicket-keeper, Brian Christmas, doing duties behind the sticks here today for the Police Sports Club. Normally Jabari Mills will have that responsibility at some stage of the game in previous encounters. On the Comets side, Alex Antwine, who have had a purple patch this season with Alaskan Comets, he will be leaving shortly as well. To head to the UK to ply his trade as well. So many congratulations to Alex Antwine for having a extremely prosperous cricket season here in Trinidad and Tobago, but shortly will be moving to the UK to apply his trade. So a minor adjustment there. Ishmael Ali Dong at deep backward square, just coming a bit more backward. So score 14 for 1 is going to be James Duncan from the southern end. And Darius Batu Singh is just hopping around there. That ball just making some height off the pitch there. And Darius Batu Singh just fending it away out on the offside of the pitch. And there is no addition to the score. 14 for 1. Aliscon Comets being asked to have first strike here in this 50 over final. This one is tapped into the leg side, into that square leg position. Riley comes around very smartly indeed, but there's no addition to the score. So the pitch does seem to have a bit in it at this early stage, but the sun continues to bake this Brian Lara Cricket Academy pitch. So I'm sure it's only going to get better and better for batting as the day progresses. And again, Darius just working this ball into square leg, and Riley moving smartly to his right, doing the fielding, and there's no addition to the score. So very seeded start indeed from Aliscon Comets, having lost Lendl Simmons very early in the piece. It's more about rebuilding at this stage. And this one is worked straight into the hands of Ishmael Ali on the square leg boundary. So wicket number 2 goes on for Aliscon Comets. James Duncan into the wickets column and getting rid of the youngster Darius Batu Singh without scoring. So Aliscon Comets losing their second wicket here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's 14 for 2 early stage in any contest, and both these opening bowlers have been able to chip away at a wicket apiece. So, of course, Darius Batu Singh not spending a lot of time out in the middle. That ball was pitched on leg stump. He tried to play that pickup shot over the backward square and only succeeded in finding the fielder down at the backward square. Ishmael Ali taking a very comfortable catch indeed. And you could see the dejection in this young man, Darius Batu Singh, but he's got to go back to the shed. So new batsman Brandon Ramniel, aka Scraper, has been around forever. So a lot is going to be dependent on this pair, Keegan Simmons and Brandon Ramniel, to start that repair work that's required by Aliscon Comets. But at the moment, it's 14 for 2 with Darius Batu Singh being caught by Ishmael Ali on the deep backward square boundary without troubling the scorers. So James Duncan, 2.4 was 1 for 13. Excellent indeed. I believe that there's a mistake here. It's not Brandon Ramniel. So it's going to be Fulton Williams from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Keegan Simmons, who is on 13. And a quick single, just tapping that ball into that square leg region. Beside doing the work there. So Virendra Miraj is the new batter, aka Vari. And a huge shot for LBW, beaten neck and crop, rifle into the back leg of Virendra Miraj, and a wicket number 3 goes here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Fulton Williams producing a peach of a delivery. That ball was just swinging back into Virendra Miraj, beating all end wickets in the shed. Alaskan Comets losing the toss and being asked to bat at 15 for the loss of 3 wickets. Keegan Simmons, lone man standing at this stage. So out comes Dinesh Ramdin, aka Shoppy. Fulton Williams in, and it's that in swinger just coming back into Virendra Miraj, beaten neck and crop. And the dreaded finger was lifted by the umpire. So Virendra Miraj back in the sheds. Alaskan Comets are struggling in this 50-over final here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, losing 3 quick wickets inside 6 overs. So we are still into the power play, first 10 overs at the mandatory power play. So Fulton a slipper gully, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, a square leg, and a fine leg on the boundary. And immediately Dinesh Ramdin into line, just getting on top of that delivery, making a bit of height off the pitch there and allowing it to come on to him. Just neatly guides it to backward point, but there's no run. So the score remains on 15 for 3, and a huge repair work will be required by this pair. And immediately Dinesh Ramdin just neatly playing this ball onto the onside. It's the in swinger right up into the batter there, but Dinesh Ramdin equal to the task, just opening up that front leg and allowing it that in swinger to come into him, and he plays it neatly down into that deep backward square region, and they turn for a single. They get a single. So Keegan Simmons back on strike. 14 from 16 deliveries. Excellent effort thus far, but one of these guys will be given the responsibility to try and bat as deep as possible in this innings to try and establish a very good score that they believe they could defend. At the moment, the surface is providing some assistance for the seamers. Nice, juicy full toss from Fulton Williams. Keegan Simmons opening the face and blasting it through backward point, but some very good feeling indeed from the youngster Ismail Ali, restricting the scoring to just 2 runs. So 2 to the score. 18 for 3. Fulton Williams into his third over here, getting into his work very early indeed. 2 wickets for 5 runs. And tucked onto the leg side is Keegan Simmons. So one to the score. So at the end of over number 6, Aliscon Comets been asked to have first strike here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in this Premier 2 50 over final. They are 19 for 3 after over number 6, with Keegan Simmons not out on 17 and Dinesh aka Shoppy Ramdeen on 1. So it's going to be James Duncan to continue from the southern end. This one is played into square leg. The young offie, Ishmael Ali, comes off the boundary and a flash rifles are returned into the mid of Brian Christmas, the wicketkeeper. And there's 1 to the score. Score moves on to 20 for 3, but it brings Dinesh Ramdeen on strike for the first time against James Duncan. Dinesh Ramdeen, what can we say about Dinesh Ramdeen? He's done it all, plying his trade all around the globe, both at test level, ODIs, you name it, he's done it. He's played a considerable amount of years as well in the CPL. So Dinesh Ramdeen just allowing that ball to come on to him and guiding it between a first slip and gully. It goes down to third man and they're able to come back for a breeze. So a nice deft touch there from Dinesh Ramdeen, but we are now witnessing a change in the field. 2 slips come into position. Riley's making his way into that second slip position, and the gully is also a gully in place. So for James Duncan, there's 2 slip at gully, a backward point, point on the boundary, third man, cover, extra cover, cover, mid off, and mid wicket. So very, very attacking field indeed. And why not, if the bowlers are getting some considerable assistance from the surface? There's a lot of seam on offer here, not very pacey, but there is some swing and seam on offer here in the early stages of this contest between Aliscon Comets and Police Sports Club. Thus far, the opening bowlers have been able to pry out 3 very valuable wickets indeed. And here we see that one making some height of the pitch here. Dinesh Ramdeen just picking the line up and shouldering his arms and allowing it to go into the mid of wicketkeeper Brian Christmas. The score remains on 22 for 3. James Duncan into his 4th over, 1 for 16. Bowling from the southern end. And here we see Dinesh Ramdeen trying to play that a forcing shot, but the ball stopping on the surface and getting absolutely no timing at all. On contact, you can see his hand possibly just jarring up a bit there. Very experienced indeed. He will know exactly. And again, trying to play that forcing shot through the offside. Getting the inner half of the bat, it dribbles out to that short mid-wicket position. There's no run. And at the end of over number 7, Aliscombe Comets, the sports club, being asked to bat in this 50-over Premiership 2 final. They are 22 for 3 with Dinesh Ramding not out on 3, and Keegan Simmons is on 18. So it's going to be Fulton Williams to continue from the pavilion end. Or the refinery end here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. To my right is the famous Apple Estate. Attempted short delivery there. Keegan Simmons just essaying a pull shot there, but at the last moment just dropping the hands and allowing it to go into the mitt of wicket-keeper Brian Christmas. So Fulton Williams really bending his back here in the early stages of this contest, and rightfully so. 2 new balls available to the bowlers until the 34th over, where one of these balls are going to be taken to conclude the end of the innings. So this ball is just about 3 overs old. So they're going to have a change in the line of attack. Fulton Williams deciding to come from around the wicket. Maybe getting a bit straighter approach here. With some movement on offer. Just possibly try and work Keegan Simmons consistently outside that corridor of uncertainty, outside the off stump. Oh my goodness, that's a jaffa of a delivery. That one pitched on and at the last moment just seemed away from Keegan Simmons. What a jaffa of a delivery there from Fulton Williams. Really making this white ball talk here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Still a lot on offer for the bowlers, and it would be very important indeed for the batting side to try as best as possible and see off this new bowling pair. Both opening bowlers doing a tremendous job for their team. Keegan Simmons backing across stylishly into line. Taps it out to cover where Joseph does the fielding. Justin Joseph. aka Chobo. And again, this one going the other way now, pitching on about that huge rebuilding job needs to be constructed by both Keegan Simmons and Dinesh Ramdin at this stage. It is a bit challenging for the batters. There is a lot of help for the seamers in the early stages of this contest. And Keegan Simmons just tapping that one out to point region, attempting a single, but rightfully so. His partner Dinesh Ramdin sending him in back. And at the end of over number 8, Police Sports Club winning the toss and inserting Aliscon Comets into bat. They are 22 for 3 with Keegan Simmons on 18 from 25 deliveries and Dinesh Ramdin 3 from 7 deliveries. So a lot is going to be dependent on this pair of batters here. A very experienced campaigner in Dinesh Ramdin. He will, I'm sure, would have done his assessment very early on and recognizes that they would need to see off this new ball pair of James Duncan and Fulton Williams. And short and wide, Dinesh Ramdin just cuts it out to backward point on Ismail Ali. Comes off the boundary. 1 to the score. 23 for 3. So Keegan Simmons is going to be back on strike. James Duncan bowling his 5th over. Into his 5th over now is James Duncan bowling with a slipper gully, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep backward square and fine leg on the boundary. So 2 men out, deep backward square and fine leg. And this one takes the inside edge. It runs down very quickly indeed to the fine leg fielder. Single on offer. 1 to the score. It takes the score to 24 for 3, but it brings Dinesh Ramdin back on strike. And what a lovely extra cover drive from Dinesh Ramdin, just caressing that ball between extra cover and mid-off, and away she goes. So a glorious cover drive here from Dinesh Ramdin, very easy on the eyes, some sublime timing there from the legend himself, and 4 to the total. So Dinesh Ramdin moving on to 8, and the score moves on to 28 for 3. So James Duncan just guilty of over pitching. And it's back to normal programming, back of a length, coming back into Dinesh Ramdin. They're just jumping a bit, but getting into line and tapping it out. Gully fields one there. Satura and Rambaran doing the fielding, and there's no addition to the score. So Dinesh Ramdin just tapping this ball down to a short mid-on. So very aggressive feel indeed, attacking in every sense of the word. 2 slipper gully, a backward point. Then Shramden trying to get that ball through that gully region, not getting the timing. It dribbles out to backward point, and there's no addition to the score. So at the end of over number 9, Aliscon Comets being asked to take first strike in this 50 over Premiership 2 final. They are 29 for 3 with Keegan Simmons on 19 and the legend himself, Dinesh aka Shoppy Ramdin on 8 not out. So we're just having a minor delay. One of the bowlers are doing some running repairs. So we're going to see a change of bowling from the southern end. Michael Riley is going to be picking up the attack from the pavilion end. So a direct hit here. Keegan Simmons just playing with subtle hands and immediately was off. The fieldsman from backward point rifled to return into the sticks. It deflected and they were able to come back for a second run on the overthrow. So 2 to the score. 30 for 3. Keegan moves into the 20s. He's now 21. And again, this ball making some height off the wicket there. Keegan Simmons trying to break his wrist and play that ball onto the onside, but just getting caught playing around his front pad there a bit, and the ball takes the outside edge and dribbles out to cover point. There's no run. So still a lot of seam movement and offer here at this Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And this one is a peach of a delivery, just pitching on all about that fourth stump line and leaving the batter at the last moment. Keegan Simmons equal to the task and just dropping his hands at the last moment. So Michael Riley, one of the all-rounders in this Police Sports Club, does well pitch of delivery there from Riley. It's played out to extra cover where Justin Joseph does the fielding. One of the key players in this Police lineup, Justin Joseph, very handy with the bat, but also a wicket taker as well with his left arm orthodox. And this one is played down to mid-off where Fulton Williams was having a shot at the stumps. Had that been a direct hit, it would be very interesting indeed to see what the outcome would have been. But nevertheless, they were able to come back for a second run. And here we see the replay. Keegan driving to mid-off. Fulton Williams. And he would have been a goner there. So some excellent work there by Fulton Williams, showing a lot of athleticism there from mid-off. So just one delivery remains in this mandatory. As a matter of fact, it's the end of the batting, the first mandatory batting power play. Aliscombe Comets being asked to have first strike here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They are 32 for 3 after 10 overs, with Keegan Simmons opening the batting. He's still there out in the middle doing battle. He's on 23 from 32 deliveries, and with him is the legend himself, Dinesh aka Shoppy Ramlin. He's on 8 not out, and a lot would be required from both these batters to take their team to some score of respectability in order to give their bowlers something to bowl at. But at the moment, it's all pulleys. Their bowlers has been right on point. James Duncan with the solitary wicket, but the man who has done the damage earlier on, Fulton Williams, he's given way to Michael Riley. But there's a change in the field, a short fine leg, a fine leg now is going to be stationed. Fulton Williams is going to pick up that position, but still 2 slip in place. Short and wide there. Dinesh Ramlin not getting the timing. So there is no addition to the score. So Dinesh Ramling just taking the piece of that delivery, and immediately both batters were on their bike and getting through that crease very easily indeed. The score moves up by 1. It's now all the threes in the books, 33 for 3 in 10.3 overs. James Downton runs away from the southern end. And playing a very loose drive there at that ball outside the line of the off stump, and a lot of oohs and ahs from behind the wicket. But fortunately for Keegan Simmons, not getting a touch, but perilously close to the outside edge. Keegan Simmons attempting that booming extra cover drive. And this is a very wayward delivery indeed from James Duncan. It had absolutely nothing in it. It was ponged into the surface outside the line of the leg stump, and umpire signaling on wide and also indicating it's one short ball for the over. Excellent delivery there from James Duncan. Pitch on about that Austin and just going further away. Keegan Simmons having no business with that delivery, just allows it to go to Brian Christmas. And this one Keegan Simmons looking for that drive through cover point. Just getting the outside edge. It goes through the third man region, down to third man. And there's a single and offer. So 1 to the score. It's now 34 for 3. Partnership building, just 20 at the moment, but a vital contribution. Having lost 3 early wickets in the piece to some excellent fast medium bowling. And here we see Dinesh Ramling had his best here, just waiting on that delivery, getting the timing and going past cover point into the boundary if he goes. So 4 to the total. Dinesh Ramling is continuing to look more and more accomplished at the crease here, just giving himself the time to get the piece of the pitch here. So at the end of over number 11, Alaskan Comets being asked to have first strike here in this 50 over final at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's the Premiership 250 over final between two North Giants in Alaskan Comets and Police Sports Club. Comets, after 11 overs, they are 39 for 3. With Keegan Simmons batting on 24 and Dinesh Ramlin on 13. But it's going to be Michael Riley from the pavilion end to continue. Bowling with a slipper gully, backward point, point on the boundary, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. And now one of the slip is dispensed. He goes into that third man region. So the 4 fielders that are out at this stage. Third man in position, and we have a point right back on the boundary. So Riley continuing with that nagging line just outside the line of the off stump, but Keegan Simmons having no business with it, just allowing it to go by. There's no addition to the score. Score remains on 39 for 3. So a very animated discussion between Fulton Williams and Justin Joseph, asking Ismail Ali to come more at a extra cover position on the boundary in front. And this one is it over extra cover, lofted drive there from Keegan Simmons, and only resulted in a single. So there's a change in the field, the fine leg comes in, and the deep extra cover, the sweeper goes out. So the three men on the boundary, deep mid wicket, third man is on the boundary, and the sweeper at the cover boundary. Nicely line delivery on. Bang on target from Michael Riley. Dinesh Ramley just stylishly gets into line, taps it out. The bowler does the fielding. There's no run. There's no addition to the score. 39 for 3. We are into over number 12. We are into the second power play where And a very deft touch indeed from Dinesh Ramdin. Having looked at the field, just waited on that ball and played it very cheekily indeed down to a fine leg for a boundary. So Michael Riley getting a bit straight there to Dinesh Ramdin. All he had to do was to make contact and a boundary resulting. That boundary takes Dinesh Ramdin on to 17. And what a stupendous catch at first slip. That ball pitching an off stump and leaving Dinesh Ramdin getting the outside edge, and a brilliant catch at first slip there, and a big fish there by Sadas. Going for that drive, getting the outside edge. So the score 44 for 4. We are into over number 12. You are looking at the Premiership 2 50 over final between Aliscon Comets and Police Sports Club. Michael Riley getting the prize wicket of So Brandon Ramdial steps out to join Keegan Simmons. So still enough in this pitch to have a lot of attacking options. Police continuing to attack with that slip in position, but we're going to see a change of bowling from the southern end. It's going to be a Satru and Rambaran, right arm off spinner, coming into the attack. So skipper Philton Williams direct in traffic, ensuring that he has the fielders exactly where he wants them. Sataram bowling with an extra cover, backward pointer, slip, cover, sweeping on the boundary, long off, long on, and deep mid wicket. So 4 men are allowed at this stage of the innings out on the boundary. And right on the money from the word go, Satra and Rambaran, just asking Ismail Ali to come a bit more backward. He's more in front at this stage. And another dot delivery. Short and wide from Sataran. Keegan rocks onto the back foot, plays a nice back foot punch through extra cover. There's a single and offer that takes the score on to 45. Keegan moves on to 26. And it brings the new batter on strike, Brandon aka Scraper Randial. and as easy as you like, Brandon Ramiel just tapping that ball onto the onside and immediately taking off. A very good communication between these two batters, Brandon Ramdial and Keegan Simmons, and they get a single. Keegan Simmons looking to rock onto the back foot there. A bit too close to him to play that cut shot. And a deft touch there from Keegan Simmons, waiting at the last moment but unable to beat Mick 47 for 4, 13 overs in the books. Wilton Williams 2 for 6 from 4 overs. James Duncan 1 for 29 and 6 overs, and Michael Riley 2 overs 1 for 9, but more importantly getting rid of the very dangerous Dinesh Ramdin with that wicket. Rambaran, right arm off spinner, picking up the attack from the southern end, going for 3 in his first over, but it's going to be Michael Riley to continue from the pavilion, and he's going to be bowling to Keegan's. He's going to go over the wicket. Michael Riley, right arm, medium pacer. And this one too wide. Keegan Simmons just allowing it to go by. So Keegan Simmons standing tall at this stage for Aliscombe Comets. So still a fair amount on offer for the seamers here at this Brian Lara surface. Ball is still doing a bit off the seam. Hence the reason why they still have a first slip in position. So wicket number 5 goes down. Keegan Simmons attempting that pull shot and perishing to short mid wicket. So wicket number 5 goes down for Aliscombe Comets. It's now 47 for 5. Keegan Simmons goes for 27. Got James Dongan, bowl Michael Riley for 27. And Aliscombe Comets are definitely in a spot of bother here in this 50 over Premiership 2 final at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Michael Riley 2 for 9 in 2.2 overs. And we are back here live at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. It's going to be kissing at Magram, who replaces Keegan Simmons just on the water break. So Aliscon Comets really have a lot of work to do in this rebuilding process. But take nothing away, the police bowlers have exploited the conditions here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, bowling the channel, as we say, and getting the rewards. But Keegan Simmons there, perishing to a short pitch delivery there, trying to take on the pull shot, not getting the connection and holding out to James Duncan. Magram has been in sublime form this season for Aliscon Comets. So a lot is going to depend on Magram and also the rest of the batters to follow to ensure that they post a competitive total. And immediately just tapping that ball into the leg side and getting off the mark is Magram. 48 for 5. We into over number 14. Michael Riley with the golden arm, getting rid of both Dinesh Ramlin and Keegan Simmons. So the police seamers really enjoying the conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A lot of seam on offer for the bowlers, hence the reason why the police team has a very attacking fields. There's 2 slip for Brandon Ramdale, 2 slip, third man, backward point, cover, extra cover. And Brandon Ramdale very tight in defense. Prods forward, and Riley does the fielding. So there's no addition to the score. 48 for 5. Aliscon Comets in a spot of bother here in this Premiership 2 50 over final. Aliscon Comets defeating Calderac Sports Club on their way to the final. Brandon Ramdale gets stylishly into line. So at the end of over number 14, well, I'm still seeing there's a delivery left, but the umpires have called over. So at the end of over number 14, Aliscon Sports Club being asked to bat first in this Premiership 2 50 over final. They are 48 for 5 and in a spot of bother. The not all batters are Brandon Ramdale, and with him Kisnudat Magram. Magram, very aggressive player by nature. He will have to temper that somewhat in this innings. The pitch is just a bit too pace at this time. But it's going to be Satruan Rambaran from the southern end. Right arm off spinner all the way from number 2 in Barkpaw. And this one is paddle away. It's heading into the boundary. They turn for 1. They're going to come back for 2. And Bisai does the fielding. And they come back for a breeze. That takes the score on to 50. So the 50 up for Comets in over number 15. Very cheekily indeed there from Kisndat Magram. Bang on target is Rambaran. And again, it's back to normal programming. Kisndat Magram just come So there is no addition to the score. 50 for 5 in over number 15. This one is angled away to that short third man position. Michael Riley doing the fielding. There's no addition to the score. Ascon Comets been asked to have first strike in this final here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 50 for 5 in a spot of buzzer. But the sun is now taking its full toll on this Brian Lara Academy. And this one, it comes off the keeper, but falling short of the first slip in Darius Bisai. So at the end of over number 15, Ascon Comets are 50 for 5. And you can see Rambaran there, very disappointed indeed, very animated. So just a house announcement, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board will be hosting and honoring the under 15 team today with a function. So that's taking place today. They are going to be honoring our national under 15 tournament, having had a very successful stint in Jamaica. It's going to be Michael Riley to continue from the pavilion end. And again, Brandon Ramdale gets stylishly into line, plays a forward defense, producing the maker's name to the bowler. There's no addition to the score. 50 for 5. Ascon Comets in a spotter buzzer in this TTCB Premiership 2 final between two North heavyweight giants. And bang on target is Michael Riley. But some very good defense indeed from Brandon Ramdale. So all three seamers have been amongst the wickets, with Fulton Williams getting 2, Michael Riley getting 2, and James Duncan in the wickets as well. And a lovely pickup shot there by Brandon Ramdale. Just string onto the pads was Michael Riley, and Brandon Ramdale flicks it away through a deep backward square, and a welcome boundary for Ascon Comets. That takes the score on to 54 for 5. So just breaking the shackles a bit there is Brandon Ramdale. Back on target, Brandon Ramdale just getting the inside edge. It dribbles out just on the offside of the pitch. There is no addition to the score. So pitch up delivery, that ball just coming back alarmingly at Brandon Ramdale. Is the in-swinger being produced here by Michael O'Reilly. That's causing a spot of bother here for Brandon Ramdial. But equal to the task thus far. And again, a nice flowing off drive there. But some extremely good work by Justin Joseph. No, James Duncan, my apology. So no addition to the score, 54 for 5. Riley 2 for 14 from 4 overs, doing an excellent job for his skipper. But it's going to be Rambaran to continue from the southern end. He's going to be bowling to Makram. And plays neatly into that short square leg area. A single on offer. It brings Ramdial on strike. Rambaran continues. Some very agile work there at that short fine leg position, 45. Brandon Ramdial. A lot of oohs, a lot of ahs there coming from behind the sticks. Played onto the onside. One to the score. 57 for 5. It's been very tough going for the Aliscombe Comets batters, with a lot of support for the seamers this morning, and have they used the conditions to perfection, bowling the right areas, putting the ball in the right spot, and asking continuous questions from this Aliscombe Comets batting lineup. So another addition to the score. Magram rotating. Still a long way to go in this game. Just over number 17 in progress. And Ramdial gets right forward in the approved fashion at the end of over number 17. Aliscombe Comets being asked to bat in this Premiership 2 TTCB 50 over final. They are 58 for 5 after 17 overs. Also, the TTCB will be honoring the national under 15 team, having had a very successful tour of their in Jamaica. So they are going to be honoring these youngsters today. My. Innovation at its best there. Christopher Magram there going for the ramp and getting it over the head of the wicket keeper. Very brave indeed from Magram, taking on Michael Riley and getting a boundary. So Magram is showing a lot of intent here at this final. The scoring has been at a premium in this contest. The pitch has offered a considerable amount of support for the seamers, and they've used it to perfection. Both Fulton Williams and James Duncan exploiting the conditions. And this one is hit over the infield and into that deep mid wicket. It goes in. So Christopher Magram looking to really take on this police bowling lineup here now, getting 2 boundaries in Michael Riley's over. So how does the Police Sports Club respond to this? And 14 favours the Brave here. Christopher Magram throwing the kitchen sink at this ball. Pitch outside the line of the off stump, a bit wide, but throwing the kitchen sink, getting the outside edge. It goes over the slip and it goes into the boundary. So 3 boundaries in this over. And Christopher Magram looking to take on this Police bowling lineup now. We are seeing some adjustments to the field. James Duncan has moved into that long on position. There's a deep backward square, a third man in position as well. So Christopher Magram looking to break the shackles here. And a nice flowing cover drive there, but finding the fielder at extra cover. There's no run. So Christopher Magram just a little bit annoyed with himself having not pierced the gap there. But it's great to see that, Magram is willing, to show a lot of intent. And this one, a lovely flowing off drive, but straight to Fulton Williams. He rifles a return down to the wicketkeeper. Brian Christmas cleaning up that throw. So the sun continues to bake down at this Brian Lara cricket facility. Lovely conditions for cricket. And Magram goes caught at backward point, a very loose shot indeed, looking to play that cut shot. And Michael Riley having the final say in this over. Aliscon Comets are now 70 for the loss of 6 wickets, with Christopher Magram having taken 12 runs of this over and perishing. So Narayan Singh taking the catch. Riley into the wickets again. 3 for 26 now, Michael Riley. And really breaking the back of this Aliscon Comets batting lineup. But out comes the skipper himself, Imran Shaki Khan. Going to be bowling to Brandon Ramdial. With him is his skipper Imran Khan. And Aliscon Comets are definitely under the pump here with some excellent bowling, but some indifferent shot selection, I must admit. Krishnath Magram having gotten 3 boundaries in the previous over, perishing in the final delivery. And wicket number 7 goes. Brandon Ramdial holding out to mid-wicket there, just chipping that ball from Satrawan Rambaran. And the 7th wicket goes down here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. At the moment, Aliscon Comets is just basically imploding here in this Premiership 2 TTCB 50 over final at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. So wicket number 7 goes. Satrawan Rambaran into the wickets, 1 for 8 in his 3rd over. So Alex Antoine makes his way out into the centre. But take nothing away from this bowling lineup. They've been really, really special this morning, taking advantage of very helpful conditions, I must admit, at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. Having said that, you must put the ball in the right areas, and they have done that tremendously well on a consistent basis, and hence the reason why they are in a very healthy position at this stage of the game. We are only into over number 19, but 7 Aliscon Comets wickets are back in the shed. And it brings out their foreign player, Alex Antoine, who have had a tremendous season with the ball this season, taking in excess of 40 wickets in all the different formats for Aliscon Comets. Wide signal by the umpire. And this one is punched down to long on. Antoine off the mark. Alex Compo Antoine, aka Compo Antoine. Skipper Imran Khan comes in to strike for the first time. This one is tickled down to that short fine leg fieldsman. Fulton Williams, the captain, doing the business there. There's no run. And what a wonderful piece of fielding there to his own bowling, Satrawan Rambaran. Imran Khan caressing that ball, but unable to beat the follow through of Rambaran. Being very watchful, skipper Imran Khan. So at the end of over number 19, the score 72 for 7. Alaskan Comets being asked to have first strike here in this TTCB Premiership 2 50 over final here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, located in the Southland in Taruba. So it's going to be Antoine to take strike from Michael Riley. 3 wickets on the tins so far for him. Three for 26 from 5 overs. Michael Riley getting rid of 2 very prominent players. Dinesh Ramlin caught at Bisai at first slip. And we see a lot of nice carry off the pitch for Michael Riley. Still bending his back, Michael Riley. This pitch has offered quite a amount of support for the medium fast bowlers. Alex gets into line, taps it out to a short mid wicket where Justin Joseph does the fielding. There is no addition to the score. So Antoine really is setting this league on fire, the Premiership 2 league, and also amongst the wicket in the 50 over format. And this one is to work into the square leg region. There's one. That's all it's going to be. Some excellent work from the youngster Ismail Ali down at the backward square. And I'd like to take the opportunity to say a pleasant good morning to no other than Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, because if you're a Comets supporter, this is not a good morning, because at 73 for 7, I'm not sure they'll be enjoying this morning by any stretch of the imagination. The only good thing for them is that it's brilliant sunshine here at the Brian Lara.
But take nothing away from this police bowling attack. They've been spot on. They've exploited the conditions. They understood the conditions on ball 1, and from the moment go, they had the appropriate fields, the slips in position, and they just keep plugging away, bowling that corridor of uncertainty, and really asking a lot of questions from these Comets batters.
And that's what you want, because you don't want to let them off the hook here now. You just want to keep everything as tight as possible. This is this is going to be tight, but because the distance that you had to throw the ball from was always going to be difficult to effect a run out from that far.
And it was very impressive with this police bowling unit as well. They've been relentless, Ruskin, in their pursuit, to get wickets, and led by their skipper Fulton Williams and ably backed up by James Duncan, and now Michael Riley doing a fantastic job as well. They've been able to chip away at the wickets in a very consistent manner.
That one might have just been drifting down leg. Not a bad delivery, but it probably did a little too much, and the umpire quite rightly suggested as much. So 76 for 7 at the end of 20 overs. You still have 30 to go now.
Yeah, and a lot of work to be done by both Alex Antoine and their skipper Imran Khan. It's going to be a huge responsibility on both these players here to try to take their team to some score of respectability in order to give their bowlers something to bowl at. But at this moment, it's all police, led by their skipper Fulton Williams, leading the attack brilliantly this morning and ably supported by Michael Riley and James Duncan. Rambaran also has gotten 1 wicket on the tins as well.
Yeah, but the idea here now is for them to, one, stop the bleeding in terms of the wickets and just kind of chip away, if you get a boundary, fine, you take it. If not, you try to get maybe 5, 6 runs and over, single here, a couple there, and you get some momentum. Because right now you can't do very much. It's not like you could just come and just blast your way out. It might work for a while, but then you might add 10, 12 quick runs, and then you lose another wicket or 2, and then it's, as you say, 9, 10 jack to come. So right now I think these two need to just, and Imran Khan has that kind of temperament. He will stare this precarious position squarely in the face and somehow find a way to get his team maybe up to 150 or something like that. But he's gonna need somebody at the other end to work with him.
And rightly so indeed, Ruskin. Imran Khan does have that kind of demeanor in terms that he could dig very deep, but it is going to also take a lot of effort from the others from the other end, to help him.
Yeah, and that's what the game of cricket is about. It's there are days you'll come and police probably couldn't get a wicket early, but not only did they get 1, they just kept taking wickets, and here we are.
But what I also think hasn't helped as well, the pitch has been a bit two-piece as well to Ruskin, and it has not really helped the natural stroke play of this Alice Comets batting lineup. So a more circumspect approach is required for a very long period of time now in this rebuilding process.
Yeah, they just have to forget what. I know it's difficult to do, but you kind of have to forget what went before and just play each ball on merit, which is kind of like an understatement, but that is the reality for them. You play each ball on merit, you play yourself in, and then, if you're there and you're over number 40 maybe, then you could start to expand a little bit. But right now, it's just about keeping your wickets and taking your chances whenever you get them, like this one. That was a half volley on the pads, drifting into his legs, and he just helped it. He didn't try to go across it, he didn't try to overhit it, and he just helped it on its way.
So Michael Riley guilty of getting into the paths of Alex Antoine there, and he said, "Thank you very much." Just chipped it over the infield on the onside, and away she goes to a boundary. So it's a measured approach from both these batters that's required to take them to some score of respectability, with still 28.5 overs remaining in the piece here, Ruskin. If Aliscon Comets could bat anywhere close to that 50 over mark, I am sure they will get themselves to a score that they think they could defend.
Well, if they can get from here, get to 175 or thereabouts, that would be an achievement in itself, and it would obviously give them a real boost to come out and try to defend it. Again, you look at Imran Khan as a possible wicket taker for them. He's very experienced. The police batting, probably not the strongest, but they too will feel they've done enough. That's another great shot, but you can't get it through. And again, when you get a half volley, that is when you try to take advantage, and you but you did the smart thing. You didn't try to go aerial with it. You just try to hit it past the bowler. Unfortunately for him, the middle fielder is fairly straight, so he couldn't get it through. And that's well played. That's even better. That is going to help. And that's a glorious shot. So, again, you don't have to try to go looking for anything. Let the bowlers come to you. And you just, as we always say, you take what the bowlers give you. And if you give you a short ball, you can put it away because the man that behind is at fine leg. He's fairly wide at fine leg, but there's no deep backward square. Now they've put a deep square leg in place, so almost identical to where that ball went. So now they're gonna probably maybe the old 1-2. Let's see if we can play that shot again with another short ball.
Yeah, and trying to tempt Alex Antoine into playing that pull shot, but Alex Antoine just allowing it to go over his left shoulder, and umpire rightfully calling a wide. So Riley just a little bit rattled by the efforts of Alex Antoine, taking 2 boundaries of this over.
And again, drifted into the pads.
So it's Rambaran stationed down at the backward square. Very good fielder indeed. So given the responsibility to patrol that high traffic area.
And you want your better fielders square the wicket on the offside and on the onside. Those are where you want your better fielders. Preferably, of course, if you can get them close to the bat. But now, because of the importance of having good fielders on the boundary as well, that's where you're going to need some of them. This is going to be tight, and he misses. Well. He could have actually run in there and remove the bails, but he had one stump to aim at, and he had a throw. But that was a treacherous call there by Imran Khan. Because once, or rather from Antoine, because once Imran Khan took off, he looked up and Antoine started to go, and then he put his hand up, slamming the brakes, and luckily for Imran Khan, when he turned around, he more or less had given up because he knew he didn't have much of a chance.
Yes, but in the context of the contest, that's a wicket that has gone a begging.
Yeah, that should have been taken. In fact, he could have even run in with the ball
in his hand.
And tried to remove the bail, right to one time. Didn't even have to throw it. But unfortunately, he decided to have a shy, and he missed everything.
So 86 for 7, 22 overs in the books, and it's going to be Rambaran to continue from the southern end. Antoine on 11. Batting with him is his skipper, Imran Khan, who is at the non-strikers end. Plus possibly had his heart in his mouth at that moment.
Yeah, that would have been a real blow to them there, because they are doing the smart things.
But as you are accustomed saying, Ruskin, this kind of situation, it really it requires a lot of determination, a lot of will, to keep knocking this ball around, and just accumulating more than trying to blast the ball around the park.
And that is the kind of like the T20 mentality that they have to kind of get out of right now, and play almost as if we're playing a 2 or 3 day game, where you probably just, if you get 3-4 and over, you take that and you're happy. If you get a boundary, fine. But the idea is to get about 3-4 runs and over without losing a wicket. And you do that for the next 10-15 overs. Look at your situation, you'll be closer to 100, and you'll still have the same 7 wickets down. And then you could assess, reassess, and then go from there.
So 27 overs still available, 27 by 3. That's give or take 90, and you add 90 to what the total is, Ruskin. And if they are to get anywhere in the vicinity of possibly in excess of 175, as you were rightly saying. They would fancy them chances, but on the other hand, the police would be looking to close up shop here as quick as possible.
And that's the idea. They need to look at Imran Khan. That's a good shot. He was just rocking back. Now, the thing about it is that, in a way, he kind of set up Rambaran there, because Rambaran beat him with a peach of a delivery the ball before that almost clipped the off stump on the way through. But this time, they say he was hoping lightning would strike twice. This time, Imran Khan played a shot. The last time he just left it alone and almost got bowled. This time he waited, played it beautifully as well into the gap for 4 runs.
Yeah, and a very deft touch indeed from Imran Khan, playing that back cut through backward point, and it raced away into the boundary. So this partnership early in the piece, but they've accumulated 21 valuable runs for their team thus far, and it's going to take a Herculean effort from both these guys to do this for an extended period of time, and that's what's required. To keep building, and more importantly for me, Ruskin, is not to take any undue risk while in the process of the rebuilding. New bowler Justin Joseph, left arm orthodox, bowling around the wicket. Justin Joseph, aka Chobu.
And he's gone with him first ball. That's going to go just over. That's a good hit, because again, he didn't try to go across the line. He went with the spin, although there wasn't much. But he went in the direction of where the ball would spin, covered the stumps, and then just got the bat into line sweetly and deposited over wideish long off or deep extra cover for 6 runs. That's a great shot by Antoine. More runs. Down the hill this goes. This could run very close to the boundary. In fact, it's going to get to the boundary, and it gets there now. So, and again, these are 2 deliveries. He has 10 runs off of the 2 deliveries. And this is why sometimes, even if when you're consolidating, you can have overs like these that could kind of make up for, early. Probably tried to hit this one too hard. Didn't place it as he did the last one.
So Alex Antoine and Imran Khan, the skipper.
Yeah, the 100 came up. That's what I was saying, because with the 6 and then the 4, that would have taken it to 101, and then now we have a single. So it's 102 for 7.
So since that incident, both these batters, they've been a little bit apprehensive with their running, but nevertheless no damage done. But it's important for both Imran Khan and Alex Antoine to bat deep into this innings. And it's that nothing shot, Rusking, that I don't like to see, especially with a slip station in position. The most you're going to get is a single, but the risk factor.
It's not like he's spinning the ball prodigiously. So you just pick up the line, and you can play it with a straight bat instead of going with a horizontal bat. You can actually play him with a straight. There's an easy single down to the backward point, and all you do is open the face and just play it with the straight bat. The end of the over, 102 for 7 now,
which tells us there is a mini recovery with a partnership now. 32 valuable runs indeed, Rusking, from both these players. But what's important as well, it's come in very quick time. In the last 3-4 overs, they were able to get some boundaries into the scorecard, but still 26 overs to go. We're not even at the halfway stage yet, and 7 wickets back in the shed. So a tremendous repair job is required by both these players, and it's important for both players to understand the situation, the passage of play that is in progress at the moment, and what's required in terms of that rebuilding process.
And they also need to play with the field that the bowlers are working with, and don't try to invent shots. Just play normal cricketing shots. There's a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket, and a deep square. Like those are the men out.
And we've got to also take into consideration as well, Ruskin, that 300 balls is what is available to the batting team.
That's a good shot again because he's hitting it all along the ground. He's not. You can see there's method to his madness. He's not going aerial all the time. He's at least showing some restraint because there's always the tenant, and that's why the bowler Rambaran is just throwing it up in the air, trying to invite him to have a go. But so far, Antoine has resisted that. And this is the other side of it. Imran Khan and Code. Imran Khan hasn't really started to score heavily as yet. He's still not, he hasn't really gotten into groove per se. He's just nodding and trying to see if he can get some partnerships going here. And he is the axis on which the others will bat. They'll bat around him until he decides, well, maybe now it's time for me to take charge of proceedings. But I do expect that to come for probably another 10 overs or so, if he's still out there.
Well, I tell you what, I am still being a bit modest here. I am saying that just 24.3 overs in the book. It's going to take another 20 overs if they're still together before he could possibly look at pulling the trigger, with just 3 wickets in the shed remaining.
Well, that's the thing. If Antoine is there doing well and batting as positively as he is now, then Imran Khan may never have to pull the choke. He will just do what he's doing and, just let it come to him and do it. 105 on the board now. I mean, 3 overs ago, you never thought they'll be here.
But interesting enough, with the approach taken recently, the field have receded a bit. Imran Khan continues to bat in the Imran Khan's approach, playing the ball on its merit. Not.
Have you ever seen him score quickly?
I've never seen him score quickly.
No, he can actually score quickly. Imran Khan, when he wants to, but he doesn't have to now. But he can score quickly, and when required, if the situation demands it, this is not the situation for that. He has a player at the other end. The 25 overs gone. We're at the halfway stage now. It's 106 for 7.
So at the halfway stage, 106 for 7, Ruskin. If they were to double the score and get to anyway in excess of 200, they'll be very pleased with that effort. But still a very long way to go, and it's going to take a Herculean effort from both these players to bat, another 15, 20 overs, to keep themselves in the hunt.
But it's not impossible. That's the thing, and we're seeing signs here that these two know what they're about. It's just a question of them holding their nerve and just, as you say, play on merit. And I'm sure that's what Imran Khan is probably saying to Antoine. Don't be too adventurous. Just keep your concentration levels up. Just keep. In other words, he's probably trying and get a 50. And if you get to 50, we'll assess and then we'll see where you go from there. But that's kind of like how he has to think now. He's on 25 now. And try and stick around for a while.
And that's what amazed me with that lofted shot over long off for 6. I thought that maybe it was a bit too early in the piece, to take it on. But nevertheless, he did it really well.
And you see, this is signal why, but that's what they're trying to do here. Joseph is trying to beat him into playing that shot again, and just throwing it up outside the off stump. Everything is going off stump, outside the off stump. And
so there is definitely a plan. Now we see a change of field. There's going to be a short third man be installed, so the line is definitely going to be outside the line of the off stump, looking to hammer away outside the line of the off stump, asking Alex Antoine to possibly do something different with just 3 fielders on the leg side. So Joe bowling with a very tough field indeed.
And again, he just has to try to resist that. And I feel Imran Khan has the temperament. He knows what the bowler is trying to do, and he just has to make the adjustment as it comes to him. And that's better because you look at how he's standing up and playing it with a straight bat instead of trying to reach for it and present like half the face. He could stay on the back foot or just get across the line and play it with the full face of the bat.
And at this level, Ruskin, we both would agree that bowlers do give some time to time.
Yeah, almost every over, you're almost inclined to get a hittable delivery.
Yeah.
It's up to you to take advantage of that. And I'm looking at it. If you get a 4-ball every over, you know how many runs that is? And, so that's what you kind of like working with here. Imran Khan is probably saying, boy, I've seen this before. I know. He might have played against this team before. He probably scored heavily against them before. One of my first hundreds in senior grade cricket, National League cricket, was against Police. But that was a strong Police team, Alec Burns and El Batiste and some of the others. So they had a really strong... Oh, he hit it straight back to him and he's gone. Simple. He just waited on it. And Joseph said, thank you very much. And Antoine goes for 25.
Playing a very handy hand indeed, but not doing it long enough, to give his team the opportunity, to post a competitive total. He'd be very disappointed with that dismissal there. A bit slower from Justin Joseph, and Alex Antoine was through the shot even before the ball landed on the surface, hence defeating him in the flight and tamely hitting back a catch to Justin Joseph. So wicket number 8 goes down for Aliscan Comets. It's now 108 for 8, and Jelani Seals is going to make his way out there. Jelani Seals, a natural attacking player by nature, but he will have to try and restrain himself as much as possible. He still got his skipper Imran Khan batting at the other end, so they will have to try and eke out as much as possible before being bowled out. At this stage here now, Police will go for the jugular. They will look to bowl out this Aliscan Comets team and get inside as quickly as possible. They wouldn't want this tail to wag for any extended period of time, Ruskin.
Well, they're in the driver's seat, so they need to just press on and try the best to bowl them out and bowl them out as cheaply as possible. Because if you allow them to build partnerships, what it does, it saps the energy from you, and the momentum then shifts to them. So they will come out buoyed by the fact that they had a bit of an escape.
And as well too, Ruskin, when teams are able to survive, sometimes it does create that momentum. It gives you that momentum going into the second half of the game as well.
It does, and it is natural. Now, here's the other thing. The game of cricket has changed so much that it may not be... Again, you kind of like have to do a balancing act here. And that's well played. It's not the best bit of field. It might get 4 runs. Actually, it won't. And Imran Khan is just happy with the 2 runs. A little bit of football down there. But Imran Khan is probably going to say, well, maybe just play a natural game. If you get a ball to hit, then whack it out the ground. And, but if you're not going to attack the ball, then just play it defensively. It can't have any half measures. If you're going to hit it, hit it. And if you're not going to hit it, then just play it defensively.
But I tell you what, Aliscan Comets, when the league encounter, the league format was in place, they were in a similar situation But on that occasion, they was able to come out of it. Will they come out of the situation? We'll just have to wait and see.
And again, this is where Imran Khan has to be smart now. He will have to do the bulk of the scoring. But more importantly, he'll have to use up the majority of deliveries. He will have to take a greater responsibility for how the innings progresses from here. And try to pick up singles maybe after every fourth ball of the over, whatever it is. It has to be a real measured approach on his part. 110 for 8 now.
Yeah, 110 for 8, 27 overs in the books. So a really big ask at this stage here for both Imran Khan and Jelani Seals to take Aliscan Comets to some score of respectability, but not much in that battle line. Really relentless in their efforts, and the newer bowlers, they put on a really put on an exhibition on how to bowl fast medium this morning. Of course, the conditions was helpful, but having said that, you still need to put the ball in the right areas in order to get the results. And Darius Bisai took a spectacular catch at full slip to get rid of the legend himself, Dennis Ramdin. And that just to tell you that, it just lifted their spirits after that.
Yeah, because you look at Joseph. Joseph, he's not imparting that much spin on the ball. But he's doing just, as you say, a chinky spin. So you have to kind of respect him. But it's not prodigious turn on his part.
Well, I think he more depends more on more on his arm ball with the odd ball, trying to spin the odd ball with that variation.
He bowled him, goes right through. He played down the wrong line and lost his off stump on that occasion. That's a beauty of a delivery there. So Seals goes without scoring, and Comets slip further into the mire.
Yeah, Jelani Seals bowl neck and crop there by Justin Joseph. Look at it again. It's that orthodox delivery spinning back into him. He was no way close to that delivery and losing his off stump in the process. So wicket number 9 goes down for Aliscan Comets, 110 for 9. And Imran Khan, the skipper of this Aliscan Comets team, he will definitely have to try as best as possible to get as much as he can now with Rakesh Maharaj walking out here, the last batter in this Aliscan Comets batting lineup. How are they going to approach it? We'll just have to wait and see. But definitely at this stage, Imran Khan will have to take a lot more calculated risks, Ruskin.
Yeah, I think he will be very disappointed that nobody has, other than what we saw from Antoine a little while ago there, it's kind of showed the stomach for wanting to
fight this out.
Yeah, you have to try your best to get as many runs as possible. It may not be pretty, but the idea is you trying to accumulate runs. And whether you do it 1 and over, 2 and over, the cardinal sin in limited overs cricket is not to use up the allotted overs. And right now, Comets are falling into that trap.
Yeah, once you don't bat your full allocation, you're always going to be on the back foot.
And so the batsmen Maharaj and Khan now, they have to recognize that this is it. This is the last pair. There is no tomorrow. Nobody else is coming, so we have to do it. And 111 for 9 now. And, how are they going to get these runs? Where are they going to score these runs? Like I said, singles, because we know the line is off stump, outside the off stump. Imran Khan will probably try to get it past point. Well, having said that, he plays a very agricultural shot right across the line.
Yeah, and it's not Imran Khan, the Imran Khan that we know, but he's feeling the pressure out in the middle there, Ruskin. Maybe just trying to hit his way out of it.
And again, but again, that's the experience working there and picking it up. Now, when he plays in that fashion, I would imagine what Mirage is thinking. If Imran could hit right across the line of the delivery, well, maybe so could I. And that's the danger of doing so. But I think now that the over has ended and they can have a little chat, maybe you can impress upon him that do as I say, not as I do kind of thing here.
Yeah, so I guess they would still have that belief.
Yeah, the wicket looks like a good wicket to bat on. And like I said, if the bowlers would have been getting some assistance earlier, it's very hot, it's very dry. So the wicket will dry out over time. So police will probably get a solid batting wicket with which to chase down whatever is the final total that they have here.
Well, the pitch has settled along quite a bit in the last hour or so. But earlier on, there was a lot on offer for the seamers, and did they take advantage of it? It was exhibition of some really good fast medium bowling from the opening bowlers, ably supported by Michael Riley.
Yeah, and that's good to see because so often we see seam bowlers, fail to use the ball appropriately. And especially if you're getting helpful conditions, then you want to.
And again, Imran Khan is asking the question, but in this tournament they have added 2 lines now, where once the ball is very close to the leg stump, the umpires are not inclined to give that wide, as was the case before.
Again, Imran Khan is just doing the smart thing here. He's giving his teammate 1-2 deliveries to work with. And this may have to be the approach, the plan of attack the rest of the way. However long it lasts, Khan he may now have to may have to just flick on the switch a little bit, try to score heavily for the first 3 or 4 deliveries, and then look for a quick single somewhere in there. Give his partner 1 ball, 2 balls at most to face.
So Fulton Williams has brought a second slip in position, but Rakesh Mirage survives. Aliscon Comets survives for another over. It's 113 for 9 and 29 overs are in the books. So it's really a case of a cat and mouse here for Imran Khan. How does he approach it? How does he go about it? I'm sure he will try and shepherd Rakesh as much as possible, shield him maybe for 3-4 overs, or if he sees an opportunity where he could possibly take the aerial route as well, he may consider that. But with so much over still remaining and available to him, he would just want to take a more measured approach and try and get as deep as possible.
Yeah, the outside field is his bane right now because there's a nice ring, 3 inside the circle there, kind of blocking that offside. This is why, and it's prompting him to have to do this shot. It works this time, and he picks up a boundary. But essentially, because of those 3 players in the arc there, he's not inclined to want to play through the offside because it's difficult for him to pick up runs there. So he's gone with the good old faithful, the slug sweep.
Well, I tell you what, with a 6-3 field, it's very, very difficult to bowl to that field in a limited overs format. So now they have basically retracted the field. So there's going to be a square leg on the boundary. A deep mid wicket goes into place. There's the long one in position as well.
Initially, he was thinking of sweeping again. The bowler saw him coming and just pushed it a little bit wide, dropped it short and pushed it wider. And Imran Khan changed his mind, but again it was so slow, he still had time to execute the cut shot. And that is the end of the innings. Another good catch taken there at extra cover. And that is the end of Imran Khan. He goes for 18, 1 to Maharaj. And that is the end of the innings. 117 all out. Not a scorecard that you say that you would be very happy with, but it is what it is. It's now a question of can they even defend this.
Well, a very good team effort by the Police Sports Club here, really putting the skids on the Ascan Comets batters, but by and large they've been very, very impressive indeed as a bowling unit, and kudos to all the bowlers who've contributed for the dismissal of the Alaskan Comets team there for a very small score of 117. But in cricket, as they say, it's only when the fat lady sings it's over. 117 is already on the board, Rusking. Any idea how, in your humble view, that Alaskan Comets could defend this total?
Wickets, that's essentially what it is. There's no other way for them to, it's difficult for them to defend with 117, so they're going to have to just blast their opponents out. Now, they might still have a little something in the wicket. In fact, the wicket is stopping, and so they if they can just prize out one or two early wickets, cause a little panic, and see if that buys them some extra wickets, and before you know it, you might have a game on your hand. It'll be a low-scoring game, but it is possible to create some problems for them.
And are you suggesting maybe that they possibly start with a spin from both ends as well, having seen that the spinners are getting some purchase off the surface?
Well, if your strength is in your fast bowlers, then go with your fast bowlers. But you could also bowl one fast bowler at one end and one spinner at the other end. Or, depending on how the captain feels, he could go with his quicker bowlers. And if that plan doesn't work, then you still have your battery of spinners in reserve. But if you get early wickets with your seam bowlers, then you persist with them and see if they can give you 4 or 5 wickets before you introduce your all-out spin attack. Just to quickly bring you up to speed here again, Police won the toss, inserted Alaskan Comets, and that decision paid big time because they just bowled out the central outfit for 117 in 29 overs and 2 balls. So a decision well supported in the field, and the ball in their hands and try and get things rolling here. Just to give you an idea, Duncan, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 29 runs, 1 wicket. Williams, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 6 runs, 2 wickets. Michael Riley, 7 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, 3 wickets. Rambaran, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs and 1 wicket. And Justin Joseph, 3.4 overs, no maidens, 19 runs and 3 wickets. So he came on, he was the last bowler to be introduced, but he picked up 3 quick wickets. We'll take a break and then we'll come back with more as we get ready for the Polish reply. They need 118 to win. Welcome back to the Banlara Cricket Academy, where we're getting ready for the resumption of play. This is the reply by Police Sports Club. They need 118 for a victory. And it's probably, it could be a straightforward situation. Or, like I said, if Rakesh Maharaj and company can take early wickets, who knows, we might very well have a little bit of a contest on our hands.
So it's going to be Brian Christmas and Ali to open the batting for the Police Sports Club. Brian Christmas taking first strike. And Rakesh Maharaj bang on target.
And this is where he's going to have to be critical here. He has to set the tone with the ball for the other bowlers. One, he has to keep things tight, and if he can pick up a couple of quick wickets, that would be ideal for Aliscon Comets, and then the others will just have to kind of follow his lead right now. But so far, so good. He has a slip and a gully, or two slips. They're real close.
So Rakesh Maharaj right on the button, bowling wicket to wicket. That last delivery, the arm ball. Christmas rocks onto the back foot. There's no run.
So the first run of the innings, a wide signal by the umpire. Just changing his line a little bit, going closer towards the leg stump. That's more like it, and just giving it a little bit of air, and immediately you can see Brian Christmas losing his cool, lost his shape there. He was lucky not to probably gotten an edge.
So a little bit of confusion, but in the end, no damage done. So at the end of over number 1, Police in pursuit of 118 for victory. They are 1 without loss. Brian Christmas and Ali still to get off the mark. The solitary run coming via a wide. So excellent start there from Rakesh Maharaj.
Yeah, he bowled very well. If anything, he's probably bowling a little too quickly, but I suppose that's understandable. He's probably just trying to get his line right and make sure he's hitting the lengths that he wants. But the minute he flighted one, he just gave it a little bit of air, he was able to induce a false shot. So that might be something he would consider, just to hold it back a little bit, maybe even throw it a little wider, see if he could encourage Christmas or Ali to come after him outside that off stump.
Well, as we both know, Ruskin, when the bowlers throw the ball above the eye line, sometimes the batter's eyes does lit up a bit, and, get them attempting something special. So Imran Khan ensuring that he has the feel that he wants. So taking up the attack from the southern end, Darius Batu Singh. So there's going to be another change. Skipper is going to go into that second slip position. Keegan Simmons is going to be stationed down at a fine leg. There's a deep backward square in position. Kisnath Magara is controlling traffic down at the deep backward square position.
Yes, an appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. The question is, did it pitch in line? I think that was a big ask there. It was close. Yeah.
It's marginally outside
Yeah.
the line of the leg stump, yeah.
I suppose 3/4 of the ball might have been just off the line. But not a bad start, although I'd much prefer to see him stay away from that leg stump. Because it's easy pickings. They could just turn you away for a single or two. This is in the air and that's gone. That's a big beefy hit. And it just manages to reach the boundary. Didn't really kick on after pitching.
So Ali getting into his work very early indeed, lofting that ball, but not getting the kind of timing that he wanted. But at the end, the ball just dribbled over the line, and a 4 to the total. So that takes the score to 5 without loss. Ali starting his account with a boundary.
That's more runs, and that might have just snuck over the line for a 6, a maximum. It's a 4, but it just pitched one bounce. But it was a flat hit there. Powerful, beefy. He's a big fella.
Yeah, Ali, a no-nonsense batter. He likes to get on with it. So Darius Patterson has to be very careful indeed, because he could travel a distance very, very quickly indeed. The score has now quickly moved on to 9.
And again, and it's gone. This one is even better. And so he's wasting no time at all.
Well,
And
I'm sure the police team, they probably have some kind of celebration in place, because the rate of knots at which their batters are going at this score of 118, it could be very well be over in a very quick time, Ruskin.
yeah, they might have a football match this afternoon if they have it planned properly. So they might be trying to, a couple of the players might want to make that as well. But again, this is how you, there are two schools of thought. You could just play, and because everything is in hand, you don't want to lose wickets. But then there's also the school of thought that you want to, get on with it. Don't give the opponents a hint of a chance to make them feel that they have a chance in the game. So you want to put them out of the misery as soon as possible.
And the other school of thought as well, Ruskin, when chasing small targets, it's important to try and get moving as quickly as possible.
He goes again. He's very determined to play that through the onside. He's almost predominantly an onside player. So everything is being swung to the onside.
So that single takes the score on to 16. 102 required now. It brings Brian Christmas on strike.
Think about this. After 1 over, the score was 1, the wide down the leg side. Was 1 without loss. We haven't finished the second over yet, and the score's already raised to 16.
So Brian Christmas, they're playing in the approved fashion. Just leaning on that delivery. Caressed it out to cover. There's no run. So at the end of over number 2, 16 without loss in pursuit of 118 for victory here in this TTCB Premiership 2, a 50 over final. 2 North Giants coming up against each other in this final. Alaska Comets out of Charleville and the Police Sports Club out of St. James.
Is Comets considered a North team?
In the Premiership 2.
In Premiership, they would have been a champion team in the Premier Division.
So this year they have been elevated.
The Nanat Ramnarayan and company. I think Ganga played for them as well, Suraj Raghunath.
So this year they have been promoted back into Premiership 1, having won the league stage.
Yeah. And now they have Dinesh Ramdin playing with them, who would have Imran Khan,
Lendell Simmons.
Margram Simmons. That's dangerous, but that's well played. That's very well played. Again, he's predominantly left-sided. He everything, the way he's set up is to go to the onside. But that was so well played. He got on top of it. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He just used the pace of the bowler, which is what I was referencing earlier. I just feel that Mirage is bowling a trifle too quickly. He needs to just take, but he's probably so conscious now of the power of Ali that he's afraid to throw the ball up. And he's dropped it straight into his hand, Imran Khan, and it's back out. Well, well, well.
So fortune favors the brave here. Ali really going hell for leather here, but that one was screened to Imran Khan at that short mid-wicket position. He could not hold on. It was too hot to handle. But I would have thought that Ruskin.
It was at a good height that they thought about it for a while, and then he eventually decided to go through for it. It looked like he had changed his mind, but then the response from Christmas came a little bit later, and they still had enough time to complete it. Nothing Simmons could do about it. And that's well fielded there. Again, once the ball is spinning into the left-handers, they are more than prepared to play their shots because they know the angle that the ball is coming into them. And here's that little paddle sweep again.
And to me, Rakesh is flirting with danger there, Ruskin, because he's bowling that straight line just on about that off stump, which really allowed the levers from Ali to extend, fully. One would have thought maybe, just maybe, that they possibly would have considered, bowling that fifth stump line and asking him, to cut the ball rather than slug sweep the ball. He doesn't seem to be very confident driving the ball, of driving the ball. So I thought maybe, just maybe, a short and wide outside the off stump and asking him to do something that he's not comfortable doing.
You notice that he's predominantly an onside player. He kind of favors hitting the ball through the onside.
So the man with the goal and with over 40-something wickets in this season for Aliscon Comets, basically leading this bowling attack, and getting Aliscon Comets promoted back into Premiership 1. Alex Antoine has been a very good servant in the domestic league here in Trinidad and Tobago, previously representing the Central Sports Club with distinction over a number of years.
And a no ball to start with. So it has really gone from bad to worse for Comets.
Well, I'm sure Ali will be licking his chops here, getting a early Christmas gift from Alex Antoine.
Now there he is going for the fences there. And as we've seen, everything is going towards the onside. So you need to get him to fetch it from outside the off stump to hit it through the onside. And that's better cricket. That's not a bad effort at all there on the part of Antoine, the bowler.
So Antoine still giving his all in this effort here, but that single takes the score on to 23. So it's under 100 now, 95 required for victory by the Police Sports Club. Having done the business in the first half with the ball.
And these two are complementing each other very well. You notice Christmas isn't really playing too many extravagant shots.
Well, I guess the plan is to allow Ali to do his thing while Brian Christmas just plays himself in and goes about his business.
And he goes again. Not going to get a boundary this time, but they'll be more than happy with a couple.
Mark Ram doing the work out there at deep backward square, moving about 20 yards to his left.
It's another one that once you ask him to play outside the off stump, he's not as comfortable and as he is when it's on the stump, so coming into his pads.
Yeah, he loves when you bowl him straight because he could really get that leverage that he's looking for.
And again, but he's not prepared to hit with the spin. He's still persisting on hitting maybe towards long one or deep mid wicket. Misses out. 26 for no loss at the end of 4.
So Police Sports Club in pursuit of 118 for victory. They've raced 26 without loss, with Ali doing the majority of the heavy lifting at the moment. 23 from 15 deliveries, and he had taken a liking to Rakesh Miraj. But it's going to be Brian Christmas to take strike. Comets still very attacking with a 2 slip, backward point, extra cover, mid off, long on.
Yeah, but he's asking for trouble bowling into the pads of these left-handers. He has a slip on a gully, or 2 slips, if you want to call them that. That's very well played. He was too short there.
And Rakesh Miraj on this occasion overcompensating there, as you were saying, Rusking, earlier on. Getting into the pads, but they're overcompensating and being cut away through that backward point region for 4. So Brian Christmas announcing himself there with that boundary.
Certainly it was a good shot, very well played.
Gets stylishly into the line, there's no run.
Excellent fielding there again. That could so easily have gone past him.
Yeah, is Brandon Ramdial at that short square position, diving away. Boundary was very close indeed. So making a valiant stop there and saving his team at least 2 valuable runs. Rakesh Miraj changing his mode of attack, going around the wicket now to the left-hander Ali, taking the ball away from the left-hander, which he should have done possibly over a go.
And again, there's a man there, but he cannot get it, cannot get under it. He kind of traps it, does well in the end.
Keegan Simmons doing work there at the long on fence, coming in a flash, trying to make a half chance into something, but just falling perilously close to him there. So Ali continues to go on his merry way. That single takes him on to 24 from 17 deliveries, but it takes Police to 32 without loss and 5 overs in the books. And they're really motoring along here, Ruskin Mark.
Yeah, and that's sensible cricket. You want to make hay while the sun shines, as they say. Don't let them off the hook. If you have them, down and out, then bury them one time, We have the saying long ago, but it's when teams come to die, you don't wound them, you kill them. So you want to put them away as best as you can, as early as you can. There's an appeal. Jump in there as wicket keeper. Not happy.
So a loud appeal for LBW there. Alex Antoine was all over the place there. The wicket keeper as well was very convinced indeed. Would love to look at that again.
Height, maybe?
That's the only thing that maybe the umpire would have created a doubt, before lifting the dreaded finger. But Ali lives to fight another day. You just can't bowl him on like Stumble Street.
It's too easy for him because he's set up for that. So he's just, even if he's not slugging, he's still it's still easy for him to pick you off with big gaps in the field on the onside.
And if you look at his stance, he's not very side on, he's more chest on than anything else. So that right shoulder is already open up, so which makes it a bit easier for him to access the leg side as well.
Good anticipation in the field again, and that's what they have to do now, is try and see if they could create some more chances. They've already put down a chance, which is not ideal, but they have to create chances, and the fielding team could do that, could help the bowlers achieve that. Cutting off singles, cutting off twos, making diving stops. It all helps. And there he goes. That's a brilliant shot. Again, he took it from outside the off stump and just turned it towards the onside, got it into the gap. Nobody down there deep mid wicket. 4 more.
So getting the length that he wants was Brian Christmas there, and he just hoiked it into the leg side, and away she goes for 4. So Brian Christmas getting into his work now, 10 from 17 deliveries. At the end of over number 6 it's 37 without loss, with Ali on 25 and Brian Christmas on 10.
Yeah, these one of their first objectives, which is to avoid losing early wickets. Here's another opportunity, just not going to hand, but
and sometimes you can have that kind of day, Ruskin, where it is so perilously close, but yet so far. The ball just keeps dropping in areas, that you just can't get under it.
Yeah, it's tough sometimes. But that's well played. Delicate. We've seen the muscle. Now we're seeing the delicate part of his batting.
Yeah, so just waiting on that delivery was Ali, and just playing it very late indeed, past second slip in Alex Antoine, and it was racing towards the third man boundary. That man Magram doing the job there.
And again, taking it from just outside the off stump, shaping it towards the onside. He lives for that shot.
Well, I guess what he does as well, as soon as it is close to him as well, to Ruskin, he backs himself to get his hands through the ball.
That's another good shot once more. It's going to roll towards the boundary. Some of the sting taken off of it by Lendell Simmons, but it still had enough to get to the boundary. A nice beefy shot again through the offside.
Yeah, lovely back foot cover drive there from Brian Christmas. Lendell Simmons with a valiant attempt at extra cover there, but just getting his fingertips, and it just rolls into the boundary. But at this stage, Aliscon Comets are hemorrhaging a lot of runs at this stage. We only into over number 7, and the score has been rollicking along to 44 without loss, with Ali on 28.
And that's a good hit straight, and it's going to come right down in front of us here, and that's the maximum that we were looking for. That's a brilliant shot indeed.
Yeah, what a gorgeous cricket shot indeed from Brian Christmas. Look at that pose, look at that poise, still at the point of contact, just allowing his arms to go through the line of the delivery and hit that ball as straight as an arrow over the top for 6 runs. So what the shot of the day here, Ruskin, from Brian Christmas.
Yeah, very well played indeed. Didn't overhit it. And again, but this time he's a little more agricultural, as he was trying to hoik it from outside the off stump, tugged it on the onside.
So we've seen that this pitch has improved tremendously in the last 2 hours or so. It's now really excellent for batting. Nothing is happening for the bowlers at this stage. Police Sports Club, the 50 now comes up for the Police Sports Club, 51 without loss in over number 7.
We see Ali is requesting a change of bat. The way he's been hitting the ball, if I was him, I wasn't going to change that bat at all. But maybe because he's hitting it so well, he probably did damage to the bat. And it's going to have to get a new one.
Yeah, this guy Ali, he's a big unit as well, Ruskin. So when he hits it, it stays hit.
Yeah, he's a very robust type of character. Has good hand-eye coordination. Takes his hands through the ball nicely.
And very quickly indeed as well.
Yeah, in fact, both batsmen look quite capable of producing fast runs. They're not slouches by any stretch of the imagination. They know how to bat. And what I admire about the both of them is that they're playing within their limitations. If this is how they play, that's what you're seeing. They're not trying to be anybody else because it's a final. They're just playing what they're accustomed playing.
Yeah, they're not trying to reinvent the wheel by no stretch of the imagination. Playing to their strengths, and how well they've done that. They've rollicked on to 51 without loss. Really, at this stage, taking the sting of that Aliscon Comets team. And the required rate is just about 1.5 run per over. I mean, that's irrelevant at this stage. If Comets have to make any kind of breakthrough now, it has to be now.
Yeah, they need to.
They need wickets, and they need it very, very quickly indeed.
Somebody has to put his hand up for Comets and say, look, let me get you a couple of quick wickets and let's see what happens. Again, another beefy shot that is going to run very close to the boundary, and in fact it will get there, deep cover, and that's 4 more. So they're just pushing on here now.
Yeah, excellent batting conditions, but take nothing away. It's a gorgeous back foot cover drive by Brian Christmas, showing his class as a player and oozing with a lot of confidence indeed. And with every shot that he plays, he just seems to be more and more in control of this run chase.
Yeah, but how they need a wicket in the worst way right now. Comets. They really have to figure out a way. And this might be a chance here. Just dropping short yet again. So it's just not happening for Aliscon Comets. So close and yet so far. Really an opportunity for police here to really just keep things going and try and put Comets away as early as possible.
And as you were saying, when you have them down and out, you got to take them out.
Yeah, you don't. What's the point of a? That's edge and court. So there is a good catch taken at slip, and Ali goes for 28.
But is it a little too late at this stage for Alaskan Comets, Ruskin?
Well, they have to start somewhere. So they have to pick up a wicket. Of course, they would have liked to have had that wicket earlier. But they're going to take that and try to build now.
So Ali doing a lot of heavy lifting here in the early parts of this innings and really getting the Police Sports Club to a very quick start indeed. 56 for 1, and we're still into over number 8, which really tells us that they've been very dominant in this first batting power play. Out comes Satruhan Rambaran.
But he's still quite capable. More timing than anything else.
Yeah, very exciting prospect for Trinidad and Tobago is Satruhan Rambaran. Has done tremendously well in the last 2 to 3 years at the domestic level and has been a part of that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force setup for quite a while. But at this stage, he's in the police barracks at this time, so, on his way to becoming a full-fledged policeman. So at this stage, Rusking 56 for 1. Does Imran Khan bring himself into the attack?
Well, he has to sooner rather than later. And Mirage has been doing a decent job. So maybe with the right-hander, he might want to persist with him to see if they can get him to take the ball away from the right-hander.
So it's going to be Rakesh Mirage to continue. Alex Antwine 1 for 15 in 3 overs. Adding to his collection of wickets for this season.
I still say he's bowling a little too fast. I think he needs to just relax, slow down a little bit, and try and put the deliveries where he wants to.
So you've started really well in this 5th over. None for 26 thus far. But Comets need wickets. Dot balls is not going to help the cause. And to me, he's even bowling quicker and quicker.
Yeah, but he probably just needs to relax and just tweak it and see if it pitches and bunks. Yeah, that's very well bowled. Again, just outside that off stump is where he has to start his deliveries.
But Brian Christmas has been very tight with his defense as well, keeping out those deliveries that are threatening.
Again, the end of a pretty good over when you consider 56 for 1 a maiden over.
Yes, a very good comeback over, but Alaskan Comets, they need wickets and they need them quickly.
Yeah, that's the name of the game for them. It's about taking wickets and taking them as quickly as possible. They have one, they dropped a catch. They had a couple near misses, a couple LBW appeals turned down. So if they add it all up, they may be thinking, we in the game. We just need a little break here, a breakthrough or two, and everything could change in a jiffy. That's a good shot, played nicely, and again the batsmen, they were baiting them to go back for a second run. But they decided against doing it. Now let's another world judge single.
Yeah, Markram doing the feeling there at square leg. Unable to stop that single. Score moves on by 1. It's 58 for 1.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful day. This is real beach weather. I know Jason and they were in Antigua enjoying the beaches. So he would know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
When they go to Antigua and they get a match finishing in 3 days. 2 days of beaching. Beach up north, beach down south. And starting wide and staying wide. And we really haven't seen any of the spinners really impart, prodigious spin on the ball. They've been trying. They get small turn, but not major turn. Just thinking of a single there, but not out. Are you ready for your CPL?
Yes, I'm preparing myself. Looking forward to the Guyana and TKR game.
Yeah, I suppose Brian Lara here is going to be a beehive of activity come August.
Well, I'm not too sure, but are there going to be any games at the Queen's Park Oval this edition?
Somebody was hinting to me they may have like 2 games there. I know last year they suggested that, but it didn't materialize. And I suppose whatever adjustments they might need at the Oval might be done in time for August. 59 for 1 now at the end of this Oval. 10 completed.
Just looking forward, Rusking. I'm looking forward to the test match at the Oval.
Yeah, we have not a test match at the Oval in a while.
And there's going to be a test match here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy as well.
Yep, and that is something else. So yeah, I think they have a lot of cricket to look forward to. CPL, of course, very popular, and of course we have the Premier Division 1 T20 starting Thursday at the Oval. So that's another bit of cricket for them to look at. Here, this field, you have to tip your hats to the ground staff here. It really looks a picture. It looks perfect. If you didn't know, you would think you was at Lord's or someplace or some big ground in England. It really looks in pristine condition. Maharaj continues. He's still a little too much into the pads. So again, because the batsman already set up here, they don't have far to go. They're just playing him right there. He needs to make them think about where they want to play it. There you go. Even though the paddle sweep comes out, and they're going to get a couple. It's not going to get to the boundary. But let the batsman determine how he's going to play. Don't put the ball where he just has to drop the bat on it and play. He's going to keep you out most times.
Yeah, so just a bit too much pace for the batters there. You need to just slow it up a bit and allow the batters to make their own pace.
No, he's not bowling badly. I just think he's under pressure here because he knows that if he errs at all, they're going to punish him. And having said that, the umpire had to take evasive action there as that one was hit with vicious power by Christmas. And it goes flying. He races on now to 33. And it's 65 for 1.
65 for 1. Position of dominance here, and Brian Christmas and company really putting the pedal now, stepping on the pedal now, taking on the likes of Rakesh Moraj and taking him downtown. A gorgeous a straight drive there from Brian Christmas, taking the aerial route, but they was never in danger at no time at all.
Well, the umpire was in danger there. He had to take cover. And there you go again. Once you start that close to the stumps, by the time it gets to the batsman, it's going down, to the leg. They're going to pick him off every time. And they moved the fielder that was short, square leg there, So you're giving away a single or a couple runs every time.
So the Trinidad Police Sports Club, large and in charge here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. You are looking at the TTCB Premiership 2 final. Two North Giants coming head to head with each other.
I would imagine people like Felix Denny, former players at Police, would be happy with what they're seeing from this team.
Well, I tell you what, the Police Sports Club, they made a gallant attempt this year to win that Premiership 2 North Zone to get into Premier 1. Unfortunately, Alice, they weren't able to cross the line. But I know they have been pumping a lot of resources into trying to get this Police team into Premiership 1. And this year they did really well. And now in this 50-over final, really marching on, if I may say so at this stage, to this victory. But Imran Khan and company, they will want to have their say. But at this stage, it's going to be Alex Antoine to continue from the southern end, bowling to Satara and Rambaran. He's going to be coming he's going to be coming over the wicket.
I was just thinking that Imran Khan is probably going to have to make a decision now on Maharaj, because he's not very penetrative at this end. While he's tidy, he's not been here. Has done a peach of a delivery that jumps.
So Alex Antoine continues to wheel away here. Not a big score to defend by any stretch of the imagination, but he keeps plugging away.
Quicker delivery, turned out in the onside. It was in the air for a long while, and they're going to get a comfortable 2 as a result. But that, again, the ball played uppishly off the pad, turned into the onside. There's a man at mid-wicket, but he's a little bit straighter.
So Magram still to bowl, Imran Khan still to bowl 2 right arm leggies. That
again, easy pickings, just picking them off without taking too many risks, which is good cricket. Don't give away a wicket right now. Don't let them earn it, if there's anything.
So Police continue to march on to victory here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Brian Christmas playing a really special hand indeed. And getting that ball just to the left of Lendl Simmons at backward point. He turning over the strike, getting 1 in the process. So that the single takes the score on to 71 for 1. And we are into over number 12.
He's easily the top scorer in the match so far. Into the pass, they're turning into the pass, but they're starting the deliveries on the stump. So by the time what a little turn they're getting, most times it's heading towards the leg, and the batsmen are just picking them off. Square the wicket on the onside. There is. He wants a single. That would have been criminal. But I was just
But a good bit of work there.
like he hit a wall when he tried getting. But the thing is, even though he ran into the batsman, he ran into Christmas, he still had the presence of mind to try to kick the ball onto the stumps to see if he can run him out.
Yeah, so, Alex Antoine continues to give it all here. But at the end of over number 12, Poli Sports Club in pursuit of 118 for victory in this TTCB Premiership 2 50 over final. They are marching on 73 for 1 at the end of 12 overs. Brian Christmas playing a very good hand indeed, opening the batting for Police and carrying on. It's 35 for 1, but we're going to see the introduction of one of the leggies on show here today. Magram is going to be taking up the attack from the pavilion end.
So again, Police well on course here. No problems about over, so they're under no pressure.
Well, the only thing that could happen from this stage here now is if Police, completely implodes as a batting unit, which I'm not seeing.
No, they do have. They're protecting the onside quite nicely. There's a square leg, a deepish mid wicket, a long one, and a long off. Those are the and a man at deep cover.
So Magram, a wily customer, very good leg break googly style bowler.
And again drifting into the legs. Now I really would have liked to see him bring this player into the circle here and cut off any singles, especially if Magram starts to pitch and turn the ball both ways, because that could create some uncertainty.
So Magram on the money.
He seemed to have hurt his leg or something. I'm not sure what it is, but I don't mind him flighting it like as generously as he did there. Just trying to give it some air, trying to see if he could fool the batsman into thinking it's a freebie and I might just dip on him. I hear the remnants or the strains of a drum, maybe a tassa or something. Yes, the googly. And spun away. The man at square leg was just standing there. The wicketkeeper might have been struck in the head in the follow through with the bat. But it ends up going for 4 runs. But I was amazed. The man at square leg didn't seem to want to run. Is that Imran Khan there? He didn't seem too interested in chasing after the ball. And it eventually went down to fine leg for 4 runs. But let's focus on the wicketkeeper now, because he's down as if he was struck in the follow through.
Yeah, skipper Imran Khan not really chasing after it there, but the wicketkeeper seems to be struggling a bit. I'm not too sure if the bat...
Look at how far the ball was turning. So when the batsman swung, I think he struck him in the head in the follow through.
Yeah, because the batter is making like a complete 360.
Yep. He was reading it off the pitch. He didn't really read it from the arm. So it was a quick decision on his part. But the good thing is, look at the amount of turn that Magram got with that googly.
Well, generally, Ruskin, the wrist spinners tend to extract whatever spin there is on a surface. More so, the finger spinners tend to struggle. But once the leggies are have that ability to spin the ball. Once any and most tracks they're able to extract whatever little spin on offer.
Well, let's see if he can improve on that, because again the line was bad, because even though it turned appreciably, it was down the leg side a lot. So if you can pitch that outside the off stump, turn one away, and then bring back another googly.
Yeah, try and set him up for a drive or something of the sort. Give him a couple outside the off stump, the leg spinner, and then loop that googly and try and open up that gate between the inside edge and the pads there. That'd be very interesting.
And
But here,
but the batsmen are doing the smart thing. They're just not. They're gonna have to be very cautious with Magram. He's not the type of bowler. He's experienced enough to cause you problems. And you don't want to give him one, because one could quickly become 2 and 3.
And we do know when it comes to wrist spinners, if they get on top, Ruskin, they could reap a havoc in a very quick time. So you don't want to allow them to settle at any stage. You want to keep taking them on. You want to keep taking them off. You don't want them to just keep wheeling away. Because once they get that drop, where they're able to start exploiting their variations, they could be a handful at any stage of the innings.
Yeah, 80 for 1 now after 13 overs. So Police pretty much on their way to lifting this title. Like Dungi said, unless something dramatic happens. And there's a phenomenal collapse.
Well, this batting line will have to implode, and implode very quickly indeed. Well, Alex Antoine continues to wheel away from the southern end. 1 for 24 in 5 overs. Been pretty decent. Had a couple shouts as well.
Yeah, it's another one that's just out of reach there. And it's not that that Comets haven't been creating opportunities. They just nothing is going to hand, or it's just out of reach.
And as we had alluded to earlier on, Ruskin, is that kind of day where it's just so alarmingly close, but yet still you can't get control to take the catch.
It's been a real labor for the Comets outfit. I think they know that they didn't bat well, and they needed early wickets, and it didn't happen for them. For him to make contact, because he was swinging at the ball was outside of his legs. Now, was it signaled as a wide by the umpire?
No, it wasn't.
So then there was some kind of contact, so unless the contact was on the pad. The wicketkeeper was convinced it came off the bat. And that's what played again. Just taking what the fielding team gives you and not trying to do too much. 82 for 1 now at the end of 14.
So 36 runs required for victory.
But a ton load of overs. That's the problem for Comets.
And ironically, it's 36 overs remaining as well. So 36 runs required from 36 overs. So the equation now is down to run over.
Which will happen first? I'm anxious to see if Margram can just prize out a wicket or two here. But he has to just pitch it. He's given it good flight, so he's enticing the batsman. Will they drown in honey here? Look at how far up he's pitching that ball.
He's a wily customer, is Krishnath Magram. Have loads of experience, played at all levels.
And again, swinging this time. This time the finger goes up and Rambaran has to go for 13.
So, Saturan Rambaran guilty of playing around that googly right on the sticks there, missing, and the umpire raises the threaded finger. So wicket number 2 goes down for the police team there. Saturan Rambaran going for 13, and it's wicket number 2. 82 for 2, 36 required. Is there still a sting in the tail here for Alaskan Comets? Do they still have a sting in the tail?
Well, that's how they have to play it. They have to believe that they can still win the game, but it's going to take, something pretty dramatic for them to do so.
Well, to me, Ruskin, at the start of the innings, I honestly thought that the possibility exists that they would have exploited using their spinners, with a very small score. But, it's 2 new balls available, so one could understand that you do want to give your seamers, a couple of overs, to try and extract whatever swing or seam that's on the surface. But Brian Christmas playing a very handy hand. 38 not out from 44 deliveries.
Yeah, they really need somebody to keep taking wickets. Regardless of how the game goes, if they can get 5 or 6 wickets, that would be an achievement in itself, because it would mean that they probably just put a little scare in the police outfit. But it has to happen quickly. Now they haven't added a catcher, a close-in catcher. This is a new batsman. This is the first ball he's going to face.
Well, there's just a solitary slip in place, Narayan Singh.
The one thing they've done, though, they brought the man from the cover point boundary and brought him into the covers into the circle, which is good, because the field looks a little bit more
balanced.
Yeah, and it looks more of attacking field, but I would still prefer to see them put somebody close to the bat. He hasn't settled as yet, and that's 4 runs, because it's going to go down the hill. I'm not sure if he's going to catch it. He might, yes, he does in the end, but it's going to have to take something out, some kind of a throw from in the deep.
But excellent running from both Narayan Singh and Christmas, turning very quickly indeed for that 3rd run. Jelani Seals at backward point, not being able to affect that stop fully.
Yeah, he has to. Magram is really key here now.
Nice loopy delivery there for Magram.
Yes, generous flight, man. So 85 for 2. 118 is the intended target. That's where victory will be achieved.
So at the end of 15 overs, 86 for 2 in pursuit of 118 for victory. And Brian Christmas moves on to 39 from 46 deliveries. And with him, Brandon Narayan Singh, who is on 3. 35 runs required from 35 overs.
Well, they've just inched ahead of that right now. 86 for 2. That's another good hit. Once he gets under it, there is no denying.
And that's a shot of a man in form there. Brian Christmas just holding his pose, very steady, hitting through the line of the delivery. And what a wonderful cricket shot indeed, going all the distance and over the boundary for a maximum. That maximum takes Brian Christmas on to 45. And how well he's batted, Ruskin.
Yeah, that would be the shot of the game there for him. He just caressed it. He didn't try to hit it too hard. Hit it straight. And typical spinner's response, a quicker, flatter delivery the next time up. But he still has to keep plugging away and, you know, try and see if he can induce a force shot, throw it up outside the off stump. But once you put short like that, you're asking for trouble, and you're going to get it too.
So Brian Christmas with that boundary moves quickly on to 49.
Yeah,
One away from a well-deserved half century.
He's sizzling now.
And he's taking this total now
Yeah, there's his 50. Very well played.
very well played there by Brian Christmas. Half it has been in this run chase. Never looked in any trouble at any time in his innings. Brian Christmas, you know, just looks a class act is Brian Christmas.
4 fours and 2 sixes.
Any youngster looking on, you know, you could take a page of this young man, the way he goes about his business.
It was you know, it was littered with good shots, and like I said, on this ground, where you're getting value for your stroke plate, and with so many gaps in the field, he took advantage of that. But it has to be said, he also took advantage of the role that Ali played, because remember there was a period he was playing second fiddle to Ali. So that gave him enough time to kind of just settle down and play. 97 for 2 at the end.
Yeah, Ali did allow him the opportunity to play himself in and then set himself up here. Now he's really motoring on 50 from 50 deliveries, and the Police Sports Club is marching towards a victory here in this TTCB Premier 2 50 over final, played right here in the heartland of the in South Trinidad, Taruba.
Yeah, brilliant sunshine here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Mark Ram is going to continue. And again, just the tricks.
And mind you, Ruskin, this iconic stadium is going to be given a test status later on this year. You know, it's going to be the maiden test match going to be played here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, which is good. I've always felt it was good enough to play test cricket. Probably a little bit smaller, but they could always bring the ropes back. We played smaller for the T20 games and one-day games, but for the test match, they could push the ropes back another, 2-3 meters probably. Get a wider surface.
So I guess most international venues are between, let's say, 60 to 80 meters. You know, back in the day, those stadiums back in Australia, Melbourne, Sydney were anyway close to 90 to 100 meters. They were really huge.
Back then you had to relay the ball. You couldn't throw it from the boundary. That's sweetly timed. Not going to get a boundary. In fact, I'll say settle for just the 1 run, but
And back in the day as well, Ruskin, we had grown accustomed to batters running 4 or run 4 on those grounds in Australia as well. Sometimes you could see the fielders just wanting the ball to go over the line.
the ropes here.
Yeah.
Here's another opportunity for a couple. So they're ready in cruise control now.
So the 100 comes up for Police Sports Club, 101 for the loss of 2 wickets. Christmas moves on to 53.
Yep, he's batting well. Just taking his time now. He knows that the end is near, but he probably want to come out not out.
And it's that googly again from Magram.
And Odo,
And wants to take him out.
yeah, and Christmas want to launch him somewhere. So that ends the over, and at the end of the over, 101 for 2 now after 17 overs.
Required for victory, and I must admit we are going to take a short break. It's going to be going to have a water break, and as soon as the action resumes, we
Welcome back here. The players have had some refreshments, and now they're just probably coming back here to put the finishing touches. That's unless police could, or rather, Aliscon Comets could find a way to do some damage before the next 17 runs or so are scored. Again, it's 117 all-out Comets in 29 Willie and 2 for 6 for Williams. So they were the principal wicket takers, a wicket apiece for Ramsaran and Duncan. So Antoine it is who's continuing from that southern end of what would really be an opportunity for him to just try to prize out one here quickly. See if you can take another wicket. You could hear the rhythm sections ringing out. They anticipate the end. Another appeal.
A stifle appeal there from Alex Antoine, just maybe going over the top there.
So this man, Brian Christmas, nicely placed on 53. Hit down the ground. Gonna get one. They might get a second if they hurry. And they decide against it. And the batsman just made it back. He lost his footing.
But some excellent running between Brian Christmas and Narayan Singh there, seizing the opportunity to come back for the second run. That brace takes the score onto 103 for 2. Just 15 more required for victory here for Police Sports Club to be crowned Premiership 2 50 over champions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Brian Christmas continues to shepherd this Police Sports Club team to victory here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 54 from 57, really playing a very intelligent hand indeed, not allowing Aliscon Comets to come back into this contest at no point in time.
And it was only a matter of time before he launched one down the ground. That's his favorite arc, straight down the ground.
So flighted delivery there from Magaram, giving it some generous strike. Brian Christmas not going to miss out. They're launching him straight back over for a boundary. Takes the score onto 107.
Just 11 away now from completing a stunning victory here. Police set up beautifully by their bowlers.
Yeah, it's been a excellent exhibition of fast medium bowling this morning from the Police quartet of bowlers.
And again, this one is gone the other direction on the other side of the long off fielder.
And this one is even better from Brian Christmas, going inside out over extra cover and into the boundary she goes. So Brian Christmas wasting no time in trying to get Police over the line.
7 away now from victory, spoiling Magram's figures just a little bit. He now has 1 for 23.
So Police Sports Club marching towards a victory here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A very convincing manner as well, Ruskin.
Yep, He's done very well. Police will be very proud of this effort.
And the rhythm section is getting into their work there. Every run, it just seems to be getting louder and louder.
So now it's an opportunity for Narayan Singh to probably
Bring the curtains on, bring the curtains down. But he decided to take the defensive approach. And how fitting would it be, Ruskin, for Brian Christmas to finish off the innings?
Yeah, and I think he would probably try to do that in the next over if it isn't ended before that.
One ball remaining in the 19th over.
And they're going to take a comfortable single. So that will be 5 now needed. As the over comes to an end, it's 113 for 2 after 19.
Magram 1 for 25, Antoine 1 for 39, the principal wicket takers in this game. Magram 1 for 25 from 4 overs. And it's going to be Alex Antoine to continue. It's going to be his last game before he goes to the UK to ply his trade. Alex Antoine having a very good season indeed with Aliscon Comets. Getting in excess of 40 odd wickets for the season, really setting it up for them to be playing in the Premiership 1 next year. Narayan Singh not being able to pierce the gap on the offside.
Yeah, he's been predominant in the back foot in this over so far. It means that he has adjusted his length. This time he's gone the aerial route, and he's going to pick up an easy boundary, inching them to scores a level now at 117 for 2.
So I'm sure the police maxi taxi have already started at Ruskin to take the silverware back to the barracks. So just one required here for police to take a comprehensive victory here over Aliscon Comets in this Premier 2.
And there it is. Signal of the wide, and it will come all the way down to the boundary here. So the score will remain at 121 for 2. But it doesn't matter. They would have won by 8 wickets. Comprehensive indeed.
So many congratulations to the Police Sports Club out of St. James, winning this game comprehensively here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, totally outplaying this Comets Sports Club outfit here today. Mind you, we did witness exhibition of some very good fast medium bowling this morning when this contest got started at 10 a.m. this morning. Both Riley, skipper Fulton Williams, and backed up by the other seamer there, James Duncan, doing the majority of the damage and really propelling themselves to a very, very convincing victory.
Yeah, they deserve it, as they really just took care of business with the ball, as you said, and then the batters made it so easy because they didn't just waste time, they also went about it in a very professional manner, and they have every reason to celebrate right now with a comprehensive 8-wicket victory. And it meant that Brian Christmas finished on 63 not out. So his year continues to go from strength to strength, and Narayan Singh was also not out at the end. So congratulations to police, and they of course will be hoping that their turn will be soon, where they'll be back up in the Premier Division at some time in the future. So but that is, as they say, is not too far away, I would imagine, as they try to continue with this development. But a win is a win, a title is a title, and they are the Premier Division 2 50 over champions with a comprehensive victory over Aliscon Comets here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. I would imagine the presentation will be taking place in a short, so we invite you to stay with us for that presentation. But what more can be said about the police here and the fact that they've made this their own. They dominated with the ball, and then they completed a fine victory with the bat. And I would imagine people like Robert Mahabir and some of the other policemen, Robert Neptune, and they all would have been the man we used to call Apple at the time, even
Roland Sampat.
Roland Sampat, well, the late Ranjit Anand would have been happy to see this happening here with the police team. And it should also be noted that the police has, over the years, have been able to produce, produce some outstanding cricketers. And of course, many of them have gone on to represent Trinidad and Tobago. And they've done it with distinction over the years. And I don't think they'll be too far off before police, just like their footballers are doing, providing players to the national team, that the cricketers will also be wearing national colors in the not too distant future. But you know, over the years they've been playing kind of second fiddle to the defense force, because the defense force, they have been really dominant with in terms of football, basketball, of course netball, women's netball, and but it's been the defense force, they're the ones who've been getting all the credit and the praise. But now the police will tick this box and hope that it's probably the start of things to come. best from the Alaskan Comets batting lineup, but all the same, to get to the final would have been an achievement in itself. And I'm sure you could take heart from that aspect of it and then look forward to even better things. Of course, congrats to returning to Premier Division 1 next year. Police, in the meantime, you could celebrate this victory, and deservedly so. Thanks also to the organizers from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board for putting this on together, the TTCB Premier Division 2 50 overs tournament final right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. I would like to call Mr. Rajendra Purai, the Secretary of the Premier League, to step forward as we make our presentations to the umpires. First of all, Simon Arun. Andre Martin. And Clint Samuels. With the match referee, Afraz Mohammed. Thanks, Mr. Purai. Mr. Narayan Kasi, the Assistant Secretary of the Premier League, will help us with these next presentations. It goes to the best fieldsman in the final. You get a trophy and another prize, is it? Lady going with the dinero, yes? The Best Fieldsman Award in the final goes to Darius Desai from Police. I'll ask Mr. Henry Chase to come forward, the chairman of the Premier League, to assist. We now present the award to the best bowler in the final, a trophy and prize money. And that goes to Justin Joseph of Police. .3 overs, no maidens, 19 runs, 3 wickets. Mr. Chase, can you stay and do this presentation also? We now go to the best batsman. Again, a trophy and a prize. 63 runs, unbeaten, 8 fours, 2 sixes. Brian Christmas. Thank you, Mr. Chase. I'll call on Mr. Zaid Mohammed, the administrator manager for the TTCB, and he will present the Man of the Match award. Once again, let's welcome Brian Christmas. Mr. Altaf Bash, can you step forward and help us with these presentations? I'll just call on the captain, Mr. Imran Khan from the Alaskan Comets outfit, to receive the trophy, the runners-up trophy and medals. Let's hear it for Alaskan Comets. And now for the champion team, gold medals a challenge trophy, the replica, and prize monies, $35,000. Let's get the captain to come forward and receive Mr. Fulton Williams. Take the trophy for it. Yeah. Fulton, come on. Just come for a quick interview. Yeah. Congrats to Police Sports Club once again. Come this way. Yeah. Come this way, Fulton. Yeah. I just wanted to find out from you, first of all, congratulations. I know the bowling was the big difference today. How you felt about that, the decision to bowl first? I'm sure it was justified in the end, given how the scores turned out.
Yeah, we assessed the wicket and it looked like it wasn't going to change much. And we have the better fast bowlers, so I decided to bowl first. And whatever they made, we was going to chase it.
Yeah, and how about the performance from Christmas and Ali at the top?
Yeah, amazing. They been getting scores throughout the season, and it's good for them to get a score in the final.
Yeah, what does this mean to this Police team, though, to come now and to win this title this year?
It's amazing because during the league, we didn't win the league, but we had a point to prove. And all I have to say is, thank God for no grasshopper.
Congratulations. Let's head for Police once again, champions in the division, the Premier Division 2, 50 over winners for 2026.